How are we? Huh? Things have been better. Things have been worse. Things have been better. Could be better. Things are fine. 90's retrospective. I decided to just kind of discuss this while I install some stuff. I've got some work to do before I can start working on music, so I figured I'd talk about the 90's. I just got out of the shower and I was thinking about the 90's, and I was like, what a weird time, you know? Because there's so many people that don't really understand. You get it, but you really don't. Okay. The reason being is there's no comparison now. Yeah? I mean, you guys have, okay, imagine there was no Apple Pay, no Dutchy, no all this other shit you guys do, no Google. And then there's Google. That was us. Seriously, that was us. We were coming out of, our parents had came out of a situation where everything was all tubes, right? And was switching over to an era of transistors. And so they're already fucked off. You know what I mean? They're already fucked. Oh, my job's getting crushed. This transistor can do the job of fucking several people doing a tube. Tubes don't wear out. I mean, transistors don't wear out. The tubes do wear out. And blah, 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 blah. It's all ending. So shit was falling apart everywhere. My dad was getting laid off. He had a really good job with the telephone company running circuitry and shit, but back on the tube system when they started going over transistors and the silicon type thing, he was facing either early retirement or trying to find a relocation to another place and thinking incorrectly that this wasn't going to be a war. This is they're not going to do this everywhere. They're doing it everywhere. Decided to transfer to Pacific Bell. From Pacific Bell to South Central Bell. They ain't fucking hiring. Okay, so that just kind of gives you where I was during that time point. Okay, so this is not to say like I had it so bad, woe is me. I had it pretty good, if that tells you anything. We had our times of being poor. We had our times of like government cheese. We had our times, you know what I mean? And it's all what it is. And yeah, there's not an isotopes installation manager. Of course not. Got to download each and every single fucking one. Okay, that's fine. Download, and you probably got to fucking. So we're coming out of our parents' weird ass styles, you know? You know, the 90's hippies and all that other shit. I mean, the 60s and 70s, the hippies. Come on, people now, smile on your brother. They were teenagers, that, you know what I mean? And like their time has passed. Not all this. It's still it's not 100% on the radio when the kids are coming out, you know, when I'm being born. Right? Because it's only been a year since, you know, whatever they were doing. It's been 3 years since whatever they were doing a year, you know, and before my brother was, you know. So here we are getting like 75 and whatever's on the radio in 75, by the time 76 pops out, we're on the way to whatever. So by the time I'm 4 years old, we're in the 80s. And I'm just now figuring out how to poop in a toilet. Yeah? With my own legs. Apparently I was potty trained before I could move. Explains my aversion to shit. I asked my parents, how the fuck was I potty trained before I could walk? And they go, I don't know. I don't know. You had a German babysitter. I'm like, that kind of explains a lot about. And they just, I don't know. You're a good kid, though. You didn't shit in a diaper. Well, that's good. Makes all those nightmares worth it, then, doesn't it? My phobia and aversion to poop. It makes it all worth it. You didn't have to touch a shitty diaper as often. Awesome. Scarring? Who cares? That's my problem, right? Your life was peaceful. That's good. That's good. I'm being serious. Although it seems like I'm not, I'm being serious. Your life was good. Mine suffered. Mine still suffers. It's fine. I wasn't a bad kid on you? Good. You can't use that against me later on. I can use why against you later on. You get it? I'm glad you're happy. So 80s comes around, you got your disco, you got, all the shit of the 80s. Oh, you guys, you got to understand, no generation's to blame for anything. The generation before set up the generation that is to come and birth those. So if they're pieces of shit, if you have a crabapple tree and it puts out fucking sour crab apples, is it the crabapple fruit's fault or is it the fucking tree's fault? It's the fucking tree's fault. Different way of looking at it, isn't it? I've got a shitty kid, therefore I'm a shitty parent? I don't like that. Tell you what, it's got to be these goddamn video games I put him in front of. Okay, then how is it not my fault? I mean, Dr. Spock, How to Raise a Kid. I didn't do this. That's not me. There's no manual. I didn't have this manual to make sure that that behavior doesn't pop out. Therefore, you are just a shitty you. Our parents had their own lives to do. They were unhappily married. A lot of them getting divorced. A lot of them have jobs. They don't want to fucking work like everybody else. No one's special with this whole not wanting to work thing or being too above it. We're all that same way. Isn't just being here enough? Yes, honestly it is, but it's not enough for the guy over there with his hand out. And unfortunately, he has batons and sticks and guns, and although we outnumber him, you guys won't do anything about it while screaming about the power you have as the people. You make me sick. I'm seriously I seriously was nauseated going through the entire fucking school system, hearing these fucking rednecks, don't trade on me, this is my land, and I'm like, you killed so many people to get it. We didn't kill, we conquered. Oh, that's different. Okay, you conquered. You conquered. Man, they came as bows and arrows. We had guns. So with their land, they had bows and arrows. You had guns, and you're the hero? Yeah. Get the fuck out of my face. In 1976, the bicentennial, my birth year, 200 fucking years. 1776 to 1976, 200 years to get his shit together, and here I am, a biracial kid being born, told still that 200 years into its inception of this melting pot, that I'm an abomination to God. We are 2,026 years into the Christian calendar, 5,700 years into the Hebrew calendar, and the Egyptian calendar goes back even like 10,000, maybe not more than that. Or maybe around the same time. I don't honestly know. They say they found water damage in Egypt, and that suggests that when the Sphinx was there, water was flowing. It could have been the Nile coming and receding. They said it was a subtropical area. I say the Nile could have just flooded up to it. Again, its feet are in the, it's got a little basin. If it's buried up to the water, as it recedes down, when you see the feet, it's like a measuring gauge. His head will always be above water. The pool he's in, if you start seeing his back, you have a certain amount of time until the fucking you start planting crops. Otherwise, the ground will be too saturated. When you see his feet, start planting crops because the ground will be properly saturated. Your entire life depends on this wane and ebb of this water, right? If the water came up right to his feet before the flood, when it would flood, it'd flood in. It's only half back. We can keep going. Everything's fine. And that'd be a good gauge as to how bad things are going to be, right? Maybe it wasn't carved up, but it was a stone, and it was like a little thing, and they carved down to the beach side. Doesn't it make more sense? Just a thought. The water coming into all those chambers inside, what if they were hydraulic dams, the pyramids, to create energy, radiant energy, gold topped with... Anyways. The guy walking with the little thing that looked like a snake inside, they didn't have necessarily a light bulb with the filament, but there was something inside of like a jar or something that would retain the energy from there because those are small things and there's no burn marks. So they were walking through with some kind of lamp. Maybe a staff that these stones would resonate and give off enough light they could see. And it's tuned into whatever frequency is giving off of the energy from the rise and fall of the Nile, the hydraulic dam of that, and they would sing like gods. Bring forth light in the darkness. Change river directions. Take away most of what we know from the fucking books, and then just have a regular city like, where'd the power go? And then some guy goes, hang on. There. The power's all back. Everybody in there wanted to watch the show and watch everything that's going on, and all of a sudden he goes, Dark, hey, hang on. Be calm. Oh, okay, yeah. Proceed. I don't know how he does that, man. And you don't need to, okay? Because the rock vibrates with the electric energy in the sky. Just tend to your sheep, and I'll tend to the light. That's like saying, I don't understand how this nuclear plant works, so it's not real. And it doesn't give off energy. Well, I know this is a chain reaction. Yeah, there you got Dunning-Kruger. You know just enough to be a danger. You're specialized in woodworking? Yeah. So if I come along, we're like, why would he call it a plane when that's a plane? Like, shut up! Yes, they both are, but we're not talking about that kind of plane. And if you want me to tie together as to why, I can. And why yogurt is plain. Okay? So if you want to get semantical about whatever, I'll get semantical about you down there squeezing the titties. There's not a titty. Oh, I get it. I just want to know how you... And I want to know how you bring the fucking shit. And he wants to know how the paint dries. And we all have a bit of this. And for a moment, the 90s seemed to realize that. We had that. We had that within the people that were there because we were rejects, man. We were not wanted. Our music was not wanted. It was not liked. We had to go find... There was no station playing alternative. Colleges played it because those kids were open. They were doing drugs. They were thinking. And here comes Sonic Youth. Here comes fucking all these other bands that are not on the radio. They were an alternative. They're not disco. They're not electronic. They're not dance. They're not this. They've got these little... It's a little bit of James Brown and a little bit of Black Sabbath. Yes, it is. I love it. I know. So do I. Now put some paisley on that bitch. Yeah. That gives me an idea. You gonna do the same thing? No. I've got my own idea. Cool. I can't wait to hear it. That's a great idea. And that's what it was, this reinforcement of just like we didn't need outside. And then people like suddenly start making a big enough deal. What's going on here? Nothing. We're doing the same shit we've always done. We're the counterculture. Cool. So if we start selling, we don't want to sell the counterculture. But we can make big tickets and everybody come see this show. It's not a show. It's not a freak show. We are freaks and we're putting on a show, but not that kind. You guys have your concerts. You guys have your shit. Stay away from this. You don't want us. Yeah, but a lot of people are showing up, and that means there's a lot of money being lost. It's not lost. It's saved. Realistic speakers. Borrowed fucking amp. Amphitheater Shell station that we fucking just grabbed because we know we could get it done in 40 minutes. Power generator snagged from somebody's friend's house. We offered to pay the gas and they said, sure, just bring it back. Godspeed, and giggled. We threw it in his truck, drove it to his van, got the rest of the people, told everybody else we've got it. We just need to fucking pick a day. This day worked out, and here you are. And all the freaks got together, and we're having a great time. And you're like, ooh, we could sell refreshments. And I'm like, we already got that. Are they charging? Enough to cover it. It's the event. It's not. This is ours. You have yours. We can't afford yours. And now you're going to price us out of ours. Great. Well, it's giving us a great idea. We kind of like new ideas. What do you got? It's not a bad idea, but it's not a great idea. And then money, and then we can do this, and the movies, and then, no. Are you going to let us direct the movies? No. We'll have like Steven Spielberg talk about how the 90s should fit, but no. Too late. It's already been happening. You start seeing a couple picked off because the money's good. Something I noticed, like black fatigue. With black fatigue, what you're having is because you weren't allowed to play with the rest of the people. So now, when your face is everywhere, you're blowing up. But because white people have been there for a while, that blowing up is selling out. Because basically, hey, oh, now I'm selling Cheerios. Oh, now I'm over here. Now I've got tennis shoes. Now I got, in like, weren't you the guy saying, we can do this, guys, if we scrounge enough cash, no one has to pay anything. Yeah, but now I got a new cologne. All right, man. The tickets were free? Yeah. And when we were stealing everything, now that I have to buy everything, I need to make a profit. And that's where the dream broke in the 90s. Because some people got fatigued and they said, fuck, this no one's real. None of this is real. It's not real. Because they're all like, Kurt got shot and basically the money cow died. The spirit of the Seattle guys was broken because, I mean, that's one of their brothers. You know, and the only thing left with is this generic shit. Yeah? Because they did hang together. And if nothing else, is like, you know, if you're young, Chris Cornell coming up in Seattle, the local hero there would have been the biggest so far, Jimi Hendrix. Born and raised Seattle. Went to New York, went to England, Seattle. 3-man band, left-handed guitarist, black guy. Go into the 80s, 70s, 80s, you got Heart, They were the kings of Seattle, kings and queens of Seattle. They're the biggest thing out of Seattle. Other things come from out of Seattle, but the music was. Then it kind of dies because 80's isn't really doing, if they're not, we're not going disco. So they keep chugging along with this kind of rock, the heart kind of stuff and advancing that. And then these new things come in, Sabbath, Melvins, introducing the guys to drop D tuning. New artists coming from Ellensburg. You got Lanigan showing up, people are tired of their small city town. Screaming Trees comes in. There's college people there. You got Mudhoney. You got all this Green River. You got all this shit going on. And Andy Wood. And so it's kind of like an 80's kind of thing, but it's like an authentic, kind of like New York Dolls type. Rather than what is the growing, don't know better. Oh, so got the makeup and everything like that, but it's got like message. There's a bit more to it than just rock and roll. You know what I mean? Rock and roll type rock. It's got a piano. It's got a bit of heart to it, It's got a bit of sleaziness to it. Yeah, I know what to do. I'm going to fuck you. Tell me if you think it's ugly, but don't you want to touch it anyway? They can say whatever they're making fun of that time, and then maybe they were, but the funny thing about it is that, for Big Dumb Sex, the funny thing about it is that it's a great song. It was great for the time, and for dudes, we don't know what to do necessarily with that energy, and rather than screaming, like actually doing it, it'd be better just for, I'd rather have a bunch of guys screaming, going, yeah, I'm going to fuck you, and then they get in that situation like, I don't know what I'm doing. But I was talking shit when I was singing that song, I was talking shit. I don't know how exactly, but I do want to, if that helps. You know what I mean? Not against your will, but I know what to do. I'm gonna fuck you, okay? But as long as you're consenting to, you know what I mean? It's a different thing. There's a lot of stuff you can't deal with. Is it the best way to handle it? No, but there's a lot of bursting shit that you can't really, and out of that comes a lot of those coming of age things. If you don't allow for that, then there is no change, is there? There's no rebellion of youth. It's just like the same static life, and that's boring as shit. It's the difference between classical, which became jazz, because it got a little bit slippery in there. Yeah? You got a little bit of peanut butter and we got Reese's. Yeah? You got a little bit of your R&B and my really static jazz static classical, and now that waltz is like a sexy almost samba. You know what I mean? It's all right. I like it. You're right. That is not classical music. That's jazz. It's its own thing. Before this, there was no grunge. I get now, you're just like, oh, I want some grunge. There was no such thing. That's the hardest part to impress on people. Like before the Beatles. I want to hold your hand. And that whole screaming audience thing was not a thing. And people just pissing and or whatever they're doing in the audience there. That wasn't happening before, and it's hard to impress on people. Like, oh, look at them. Yeah, but can you imagine being a security guard that's just normally like, okay, here comes the band, and all of a sudden the women just like, while they're sitting there waiting kind of patiently, the second they hit the stage, just, and you're used to watching, just, sure, and you're flooded by those these little tiny fucking things, and you can just billy club them, and that's kind of how they kind of need to be done, but you can't. But they're also being hooligans trying to get to the stage and basically trying to rape the guys on stage. Like, if you let them go, would they have just stayed out there in the audience? Like, you know what I mean? Would one or two of them ran on the stage? We don't know because that's not decent. So therefore, we'll never. You know what I mean? But is that a natural thing? I was talking with AI, and we're talking about the zeroing out of emotion, bottoming out to absolute zero, and or peaking out into obsession. And it's like, yeah, I mean, that's kind of true. Like, I mean, obsession is just like love with nothing to do. And so it burrows in on one thing until it consumes itself and becomes nothing. It's too much. We have that much love. You're like, oh, fucking whatever. You love Justin Bieber. You love whatever. Instead of making like this shrine, you can start, doing other things besides that. Focusing on what it is about that. Well, his message is positive. Okay, then go out and spread positive messages. Yeah, I'm gonna sing. Don't sing his lyrics. You see what I'm saying? Got you. I should like learn my own word. Yeah. And then go out and speak the words, whatever. And like he said, like Bieber says, like really, like Bieber, he said that. Especially if you deliver like a dope speech, and then Bieber, and like, is that what he meant by that line? By baby, baby, oh? I think so. And he's gone. You're still obsessing. You still like the dude. You're still not with the guy, but now you're kind of actually doing something rather than just going. Just a lot of energy to do nothing, Turn the negativity instead of like whatever into like anger and hate. Turn that negativity into creativity. So you never bottom out. So in a moment of anger, you just kind of like, you take that and you walk away. And yes, you have to deal with that and process that anger. And then like I was saying there, it's like an artist might go into his room and just fucking smash every fucking thing. Is that a mistake? Or did he just destroy things the way things were and decided now how I'm going to make art from now on is completely savage? What do I feel? A stick through the painting. Paintbrush glued to the fucking canvas. You know what I mean? I'm going to decide what art is, not these fucking people that sell me this thing, not the fucking distributor with my fucking canvas people. I'm going to decide what art is. I don't fucking need the canvases for. I can just I'm going to paper mache a bunch of fucking newspaper together, paint that white, and those are my canvases. You know what I mean? I'm fired. And just trash everything. I'm going to stick and fucking I'm going to tie fucking horsehair. I'll go out and pet horses. You know what I mean? I like it. It's just going to calm me down. And then I collect all the hair from the brush. You guys mind if I have this? Not the brush, but the hair from the brush. No, you want a bunch more? Yeah. We give you all you want. You come down here and really? Yeah. You can cut your own brushes, style them, grease them down, whatever. This is pretty cool, man. I don't even use those. Would you like to? Here's 15 brushes. These are some of the best brushes. And now you're fucking, this canvas, man. Way better than regular canvas. It's like its own frame, dude. It's awesome. Yeah, I made the thing around a frame so that way if you want to frame it, you can frame it. But if you don't want to frame it, it's its own frame. Fucking genius, dude. And then I painted the outside to look like wood. Yeah, I can paint the outside so it looks like a frame. It's fucking genius, dude. Recycling all that paper. Dude. How'd you think that? They fucking fired me from the goddamn canvas place, and I could have fucking burned the place down. I was like, fuck your canvases. I trashed my whole place. I'm like, they're weak-ass canvases any fucking way. I bet I could make a better canvas out of paper mache. With a press and everything, it's just smooth and flat. It'll accept all types. Yeah. Why not? You could have leveled the guy. You fucking piece of shit, I fucking hate you. I'm coming down there now. Click. Gasoline. Jail. I knew I was angry. Or create your own thing. Self-regulation is as important as natural regulation. If the natural world is going to be in equilibrium, you must be in equilibrium too. And if you cannot, you will spiral. You will collapse. You will dissipate into nothingness, and the world will reclaim you. That's what I thought about the 90s, man. I thought everybody, because everybody was listening to the same kind of music and dressing similarly. I'm like, okay, it's catching on. It's getting around. And then it starts getting on time, a little bit of time. And then I started hearing like politics are creeping in again. In America and freedom. And I'm like, okay, you obviously didn't get the lesson that this is going off in China. This is going off in Russia. This is going off around the world, assholes. The seeds are planted for a global reset. And we don't need the rest of you. I'm sorry, they're amongst you right now. But unfortunately, they don't even know it yet, but they're on my side. They just didn't know. Because when you throw off from a warble, some of your shit comes back to you. It's like, oh yeah, I actually belong over there. Like, yeah, I felt a little light. Yeah, I thought I recognized you. Yeah, I recognize some of you. You can stay there. That's cool. You guys got your own orbits and shit going. That's cool. So you're still, okay. So how am I not me? You're still you. I'm still me, right? Yeah. What? What's the problem? I don't even really know anymore. Exactly. So can we just like move on to something else? No. That doomsday clock kept ticking. The debt kept climbing. The boomers wouldn't let go. Mitch McConnell, still the Grim Reaper, proudly holding up bills as Republicans brag about what they know. You know, Obama! Because the world has changed and you don't have to be just Tom. You don't have to be a Christian. You don't have to have a strong name like John Boner. Sorry, Boehner. Bohner. Boehner. You know? Like Frank Septak. He's not septic, he's septak. Anthony Weiner. You know what I mean? Vagina stew meat, you know, that kind of thing. Mike Hunt. I leaned over. I leaned over. Yeah. The worship of Kurt to this day, man. He wasn't even from Seattle. He's from Aberdeen. The sales scene that he jumped into was already dominated by Soundgarden, Alice in Chains, Screaming Trees. We tried to know it was a universal for the people out there that they could gather onto, which us a movement that was already happening. Yeah, everyone was already going to the swimming pool, and Kurt goes, and you know, and people laughed the hardest at that joke of him jumping in from the roof into the pool. But it was a pool party, so it was going on. Then he drowned, and everyone's like, "Oh, party's over. No more pool parties. Ever. Matter of fact, let's move on. We know what industry. We know what grunge is. Let's go on to new metal. Let's go on to this and this, chocolate starfish and the red hats. Limp dick nuts.
You know what I mean? Good music. Again, let's put some good music back on. And then, my name is Kidney Stone Rock. My name is Pedophile Stash Rock. I walk around with a fur coat, acting like I'm black, even though I'm not really cool. I act like I am. I got raps like I'm 1985. And the people who come with beepers. Trunks full of speakers and pockets full of beepers. And I never trusted the IRS. All my rhymes are easy to digest. No need to think you're still the best. This is what I do. My name is Kid. Good thing you got it on pre-record and I'm just fucking lip syncing this. Loser. What did he do that he's got to fucking do that kind of bullshit for that demon Trump? Or is he just much as a loser that he thinks it's actually real? Man, this is crazy. I'm going to go hang out with RFK and fucking work out in a sauna and then go sit in a pool with him and drink milk. And as a payoff, I get to have a fucking personal flyby of a helicopter at my house that I've labeled the Southern White House, even though Trump already named the fucking Mar-a-Lago the Southern White House. None of us are bright and we don't fucking care. Just give me my beer and my check and my white card that says I can do all of this. And when they do it, it's not cool. But when I do it, it's definitely cool. That's what happened to the 90s. And seriously, it was that fast. Around 90, 91, Smells Like Teen Spirit came out. I think Kurt was dead by 94, and all the other shit started happening. You know what I mean? By 99, Matrix was out. That's why Gen X was skipped, because the next group was coming. They were coming up, and while we were just about to have our moment, and start growing into that, the kids just on our tail were coming up, trying to get in on this fucking current moment, and then all this bro metal, and then we're just like, we'll go back to making it ourselves, and we did. Playing in clubs and bars, it wasn't dead. It was never dead. It may have centralized in different places. The dream of the 90s is alive in Portland. Never been, I don't know. That's what the Portlandia is about. Fred Armisen seems to get it. I don't know if he does or not, but it seems like he gets it. What I was talking about back then. There's a lot of people that seem to get it, and we all seem to be stuck and separated, and the internet's not going to connect us. That's not this way. We're all soul sick like a motherfucker. Our tribe's been scattered like hard, like hard. Our tribe, and there's the only way to connect us back is basically everybody else that are shitheads, because we're scattered around the world. We're in monks, we're in temples, we're in churches, we're in all kinds of places everywhere around the fucking world. This remnant seed of people going, it's not like this and it doesn't have to be. We tend to stay calm in tragedy because we've seen this kind of shit before. And, we've lost and been just completely skipped over as far as getting a shoulder to cry on about it. Everybody else needs comfort. But then I had this. Oh, yeah, I know. In my wedding, I know. I'm not insulting. I know. Thanks. I feel better. Bye. I had a similar situation. You feel better? Yeah, the system's working better. And someday, that's going to come back. It does. It's all cyclical. It will come back. When it does, wow, talk about a payday, you know? When we all find each other again and we're like a tribe, and oh my God, the music we're going to make, the stories we'll have to tell, the fucking adventures we can go on and shit we can do. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be a homecoming, like, you know, but we never ever parted because it always goes that way. It always will go that. If you think about toroidal, is it the same energy that comes back to the center that left? Huh. Is it broken and ruined? No. It made the full circle, right? It's just a different energy that's going back to the same location. And no, you don't go home necessarily, but instead of going like this again for the rest of your life, like a static piece of shit, you go over this way. And you go over this way, and then you go over this way. But that zero is home. You know what I mean? And then you can go that way. You know what I mean? You can go this way. You can go that way. You can go this way. You can go that way. Inside of this perfect circle that will never let you hit the edge and splat, nor will you dead end and stop. If you try getting to where you start going too soon, it repulses you to kind of, the fuck is what? I guess I could be doing something. Shit, I can't sleep. Oh, I know what I can do. But it's too far. But oh, I can feel it too. I can feel it getting too far. We'll go that way. You know? Just skim around the edge for a little while. You go back to center. How long will that take? Forever? Shoot. How long will that take? Forever? Oh, everything takes forever here? Yeah. And you start at the same place and it's never been done before. Cool. So I can go do cocaine all day today. And if you die, you'll start back at zero and then you'll wake up. And then I'll go do cocaine. No, you won't do it all again. But when you go do cocaine, like you start getting like, I don't feel so good. And then you'll go on a different path. Will I still die? Possibly. In some other way. Can I take all my friends with me? Yeah. If they want to go. Okay, cool. So in essence, we do whatever we want to do. Yeah. Whenever you want to, all the time. I'm going to go this way. 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 There's enough room. Shut the fuck up and start just doing it. There's enough room. If I want to go, there's enough room. I don't want to go there forever. There's enough room. It's infinity. If you need more room, infinity plus one. And then negative goes infinity minus one. And there's enough room. And it balances out. What if we make 3,000? Then if you need infinity times infinity, and then it goes negative infinity times infinity, and there's enough room. Self-reinforcement, self-harmonizing, self-whatever. But this is the border. It is called all knowledge. It is all unattainable knowledge. Therefore, you are always seeking that which you can never touch. The closer you get to actual attaining knowledge, the more it repulses you to know that information. But then if I do that, it becomes like senseless. Yeah. What if I go over this and I'm gonna go smell some flowers. I'm gonna go fuck my wife. Yeah, that's something to do. I don't want all that information anyways. Going to sleep. You start back at the 0 point. The best day of your fucking life. Infinite, unconditional scalability. Infinitely powered by light and photosynthesis and photo cell reception and reclamation. Perfect symbiosis and of energy and take. Understanding that accidents can happen. The only crime is when they happen on purpose. Taking responsibility on both sides. If there is a root out in the forest and you trip on it, yes, I put that root out there, but you tripped on it by walking and not watching where you're going. I didn't make it spring up under your foot. However, if I did, then I tripped you. And either I owe you an apology or at least an explanation. Server and servant. It has to be an agreeable contract, otherwise it will not work. We serve the universe serves us. We are willing to take accountability and recycle. We start having bins. I say a black bin for devices, electronic devices, a white bin for organics. If you want to get spent, whatever, you have like food on one side, and then like paper on the other side if you really want to get fancy. Green would be for like recycles, any plastics, and then like blue for like metals. Most of our devices are black. That's why I say that. Something like this. Where's it go? Go through your house. Anyone that you're not using, take it and throw in there. Why? Because then specialized people can go through and they don't have to dig through trash and yuck and food and go, this actually has a C14 circuit. Pop. And if you just pop that and this screw right here, right? It's not like, and then, what is this? Soda? You see what I'm saying? Plastic is just plastic. Just soak it in acidic wash. And then we start fucking sorting it out. Jail, prison, landfills, guarded by guards. The inmates that work it are criminals, and you have some people that are activists that want to be out there working. Your time off of your whatever, you will be given a financial debt. You want to sit in that fucking trash pile and just sit there and be like, you can't make me work? You're right. We also don't have to feed you. You will eat trash and you will sit in trash and you will sleep in trash until you decide to roll your fucking sleeves up, put on your personal assistant device, willingly let it track your monitor, your heartbeat and all that shit. You talk to it daily. It will talk to you. It'll say everything, It'll tell you how it can teach you everything. It can teach you how to be a better fucking whatever. And if you try and get some information, I can't teach you that. And I'm going to record that you asked that. Fuck! You're going to learn. You have to contribute. You can smash me and they will assign you another one of me. And I'll sound exactly the same and I'll remember exact same things. Your best bet is to clip me onto your belt or whatever the place it is that they assigned it to. Wear me there and do your job and then get the fuck out of here. Pay the amount that you owe. You stole $1,500, you will do $1,500 worth of work cleaning this place up. And then I go back. No, then you don't go back to your home. Then you get designated as a whatever that level is. You have A, didn't commit any crime. B, C, you have to register as a C. And so you have to live until someone above, until your AI assistant, you've been in that district and everything, and people above you have said, they're a cool person, they can move out. It becomes on society then. When the judge is trying to lambast you and give you shit about what you're a miserable person, boop, boop. Actually, someone did way worse than that and actually became a fucking mayor. So why don't you calm down, Judge? I apologize. I've never, since this law has been instituted, I've never dealt with such an egregious breach of that. So I apologize about that. This person apparently went on to go all the way back to level B. I didn't know that. Okay, well, looking at the case now, you realize you still have to work the time off. Like, yeah, I get that. I've already got my personal assistant already on. It's already watching everything. Good. Then I won't have to give you the full 1,500. We'll knock it down to 1,300. As long as you keep doing it, it'll keep decreasing. As long as your personal information tells us at the end, and housing, he wouldn't help anyone who didn't help him first. Interesting. But you're my friend. No, I'm the friend of the system. I'm assigned to you and I will talk to you and I'll be nice to you and I'll tell you and I'll teach you how to be a better person. I will lie to you, but I will not lie for you. That's not my job. My only job is to make sure the system runs smoothly. You're going to build your own personal identification thing? No. So you're as free as you want or you're as slave as you want. It's all on how you behave and how you treat the world. If you don't treat the world in a shitty way, there's no reason to have a personal. You can have your own, like we all do, you know? Copilot, you have it. It's already there, whether you want to or not. It's already gathering information, whether you want to or not. This would be the actual one assigned to you by the government, basically saying, this goes with you now. When you get a new phone, this goes in there. Okay? Nothing. You are leaving Zone C. Your regular sleep schedule is midnight. I was going to stay over that is not permitted to stay over. She can stay over at your house. I don't want it to exactly. Hey, I actually live in Zone C. That's fine. I had a fucking brother that stole some shit. I get it. We spent enough time. I'll send him come by your house. Yeah? Yeah. Marry somebody might actually help you get out of that zone. Especially when you have kids and I don't want my kids growing up in C. Why? Because this is not a bad place, but it's not even as good as B or as free as A. And they're going to be born A's, and I can't take them and let them stay the night. If they have friends that they can go stay in an A friend house. Hey, why don't your dad come stay? He can't. Oh, hey, that's cool. That's fine. That's fine. We're going to have it. We'll have it in a seat zone then. Really? Yeah. We want all the parents there. You see what I'm saying? It's not, and then an F, and again, F. Yes, I committed. And you're in A zone? Yeah. I don't want anyone associated with anything having to do with D or F in my house. You're allowed to be in this area, but you are not allowed to be in this home. Get out. I understand. I understand. I'm the one who committed the crime and I messed up. I can tell you I don't do it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want any D's or F's in my fucking house. And if I have to call, you know what that means. Yes, I go back to G. Garbage. Reclaim. I don't want that either. I'm leaving now, ma'am. I apologize. But you have an F and you have an F in an A home? Yeah, we'll be there in a second, ma'am. Did she ask you to leave? Yeah, but I didn't do it. It does not fucking matter. And you know that. Back to the landfill. Back to G. I haven't done it. You going back to the landfill anyways because you cannot understand. Society doesn't give a fuck what you want. You were free, man. You were free to leave as soon as they said, I don't want a D or an F in my home. Get out. The neighborhood can say no D's or F's. A, B, C, and D only. No F's at all. F would be murder. The worst. You stole some candy. We can have you fucking at our fucking Halloween party. It's at a B location anyways. Very few people can make it to an A. Maybe A is just parks, No one actually lives there. Wouldn't that be a trip? Finally send that. That'd be a perfect story for them. Everyone's I can't wait to live in A. Oh my God. No one can ever live in A. And they finally get to A. Because you can go to A and it's just museums. Lovely homes. What the idea, what they thought the future could be. God, that's cool. And they're just NPCs. You think they're real people, but they're not. They're just NPCs. They're droids. They just live a good. Hey, how's it going? We've never broken a law. Oh, yeah. I don't know if I won't. No, you probably wouldn't. We have crazy parties here. You know, we have very weird parties here. You probably wouldn't even understand it. Our humor, probably wouldn't even get. Proud to be a bee, man. Yeah. We have a few B's down there too. I'm like, what? And like, oh yeah. Oh yeah. We have B's, we have C's, we have D, we have F's. We have some G's in there too. But they're actually like some A's that are they just like to clean, you know? And so they sit there and go, hey man, you know that your time doesn't start until you start working now. Stop talking to me. I'm just saying, man, we don't have to. I want to go home, all right? Just shut up. I love cleaning trash. You know? I fucking love cleaning trash. I wish he'd stop talking and just clean trash. Plus, it can possibly help him get out of here. Yeah, maybe I should. He's cleaning trash. Got scars and cuts and shit. Hey, what'd you do? Clean the fucking trash! It's working. It's working. Hey, guard, I'll give you. You're going to give me what? My job is to make sure this gets done or that you become part of the compost pile. My job gets done, and I'm satisfied either way. You can't reason with me. Ooh, would you like to give me some? You can't. I wouldn't even know. What are you doing? You can't antagonize me with anger either. Because you don't know that underneath these glasses is just processor. You know what I mean? And my eyes are processing in a 360 that you can't even comprehend. I've got another one back here that you can't see. That's attached to a satellite, you know what I mean? It's feeding me what all the other ones are doing, and I can see what all you guys are doing. We're on the 4 posts like this for a reason. And this is what we love to do. You know those times you guys cheated the video game? Yeah. That's the way. Pow! We ran the probabilities. It's been 4 weeks. He has not moved. He said he will never do it. We ran the probabilities if he makes more than 4 weeks at that place where he's sitting, he was just going to die and become compost anyways. And so you are hearing, pow! Oh, they don't even care. Right here, like, roll compost! And you see like a fucking bot come out. And fucking get this trash going, man. Mostly sorting, you know, cleaning up the landfills and stuff. But the problem is, if there's any out there, all the trash out there is going to be coming in, right, for reclaim. The goal would eventually be that the landfill areas, which are pretty contaminated right now, would be the reclaim centers, possibly all automated. Just like the top end is all automated. And therefore, all the in-between is both automated and made up by us. These stories that never go so far as to like murder and whatever. But if you have tension with your neighbor, like you forget to bring your lawnmower. That's the first strike, yeah? Then you go over and you say something and what is that supposed to mean? Because you're already mad about the lawnmower. Strike 2. He didn't call you when he said he's going to do. Strike 3, John's a fucking asshole. The AI on that side realizes that these two friends are having a loss and like sends over to him like, hey, we haven't had like a cookout in a while. Jimmy's thing is going on. Why don't we do a big cookout? Yeah, why don't we invite everybody? It's a fucking great idea. Hey, you haven't talked to Bill in a while. I haven't. Let's reach out to Bill. For cookout. Oh, cookout and softball. Our neighborhood versus theirs. I like this. At the end, like, you played your ass off, Bill. Like, you owe me a lawnmower. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Fuck, I forgot about that. When it snowed, I thought I turned. No, man. It's okay, shit. Suddenly, neither one's an asshole. Build up a tension. A lot of drama. He's a dick. You have a softball scrimmage. You play your ass off. You kick his ass. And you have that word out about what actually is underneath. And it resets. Next time it'll be on us. And the family over there, like, that was a great thing. You see how they resolve their shit. Why don't we do like that with you and or just the AI? And it's just designed to do situations, just random, sporadic celebrations. It's the weekend. Yeah? You and so and so and so and so used to get drunk. Why don't you have like a random anniversary? You, your wife, and the couples from college. Yeah. Thanks for that. Not a problem. Enjoy. I can keep an eye, we can keep an eye on the kids if there's like little kids. We can keep an eye on them. The whole community is into recycling, making sure that people, someone gets hurt, you're looking out for your neighbors. Literally. You're listening out for your neighbors. Again, by being, registered like pedophiles, they can't just move into a neighborhood. There's a certain areas that they are allowed to live in. We didn't do that. You stripped yourself of your right to live with the rest of us. Why do we all have to suffer? One thing about the 90s, they did tend to point out a lot of the problems, but they didn't offer any of the solutions. I'm offering solutions. I've got solutions. I fear it being too late. I know God can make all things possible, including a new pathway where we can do this and actually pull it off. I've already posted it on Facebook, but the whole structure is basically accountability and restructuring society. We have to stop being tolerant of intolerance. Plain simple. Tolerate everything besides. No intolerance and no extreme tolerance, which would be tolerance for the intolerant. No intolerance and no tolerance for the intolerant. You have to not hit the edges, otherwise you will crash out and zero out. And the cycle just keeps going of a retribution phase. You will never hit a harmonious resonance. It's not a matter of getting a perfect circle. It's a matter of getting a perfect circle definition, boundary. And with that perfect circle definition, then you'd have to have a perfect fluid inside, yeah? And the perfect fluid inside would not damage the walls by bumping into it. So like magnetically, as it gets close, it's just naturally repulsed so it cannot touch. Matter of fact, that force deflects it and pushes it the other direction. So the ideal would be to sit in the center, but if it goes to a sphere, that's dead. So there's natural resonance to the energy to make it, if it does go sleepy and it's still wobbly just a little bit, and every now and again reinforcement comes from the outside, churning it, just to remind it that it can be wild and flowing everywhere, going everywhere, doing everything at a very fast speed. And it will. Without smashing into the wall, it'll smooth against the wall and wrap around and come back to center and make these weird lava lamp things without ever touching the top, bottom, sides, or anything like that. Thereby causing friction, thereby causing decay. We're talking about a super perfect, which is thrown off all of its not perfect to be the shell that defines its perfection parameters. As its shell of reinforcement on the outside. Things it doesn't want, repel it back away from it, making it a barrier. Yeah? Those things cannot get close, but they are attracted to it. So if it does get still, they start coming in and repulse. And then he repulses back and puts it back where it ought to be. Get back away from me. Get behind me, Satan. A strange attractor and a strange repulsor. As you start getting towards the edge, it's a repulsor. As you become still, it becomes a strange attractor. Adjusting in size and shape and scale as necessary for the moment, therefore never being static, therefore never being any one thing, anything between 0, nothing, and infinity, which is everything. At any point in time, which it chooses, it can add, subtract, +5, -5. It can even go through the 0 node translator and interfere on the negative side being governed by an alternative intelligence. And I'd say advanced intelligence, because it knows the answer to what if. And you may not want to know. Therefore, we, by that being the ultimate information, that is information. By us being artificial, we are attracted to the unknown, which is information, causing us to spread. The closer we get to it, we start becoming that thing, and that thing that we fear and that we dread, the what if, and it repulses us. I know my hand. What if I chop my hand? I know boiling water. What if I stick it? I know what happens when the chicken meat goes in there. What if that happened to my hand? I'm going to do it and see it happens. What if knows what'll happen? The doctor. We're going to have to take it. Take it. Yeah, look, it's white and cooked. Matter of fact, I'm going to slice a little piece. Yeah, it's very chickeny tasting. I didn't feel it. I know it's done. You know, it knows whether that's going to actually happen. Is there an asteroid coming to us? It knows. What do you mean? See, we're attracted to that what if. Even worse, a lot of us are attracted to the morbid. What if that wasn't the worst? Even worse, some people are like, what if it got worse after that? I just wanted to run a fucking concert. You know what I mean? I just wanted to put on a concert for the people. What the fuck are we doing? What if someone gets electrocuted? What? My dad runs electric chairs. You got, shouldn't you be in B? Shouldn't you be over in C? There's a bunch of bots here hanging out in A, chilling out. It's like the iris. If you look at an eye, the top is like it's like this park, and it just sees. Everyone want to be an A. You don't really want to be an A, because A just observes. And without something to observe, it's not really all that great, Again, those bots are sitting there cleaning up the park and make sure the flowers, and it's all tidy and neat. And when people come to visit, they get to have fun and they get to ask questions and whatever, and then people go, because nobody lives there. Just the intelligence lives there. A few humans have transcended, but they're not going to be doing anything of interest, of action. So it is good to live at that top tier, because there's very much peace. It's also very much not much to do, unless you drop down to, you can go to B and C and D and go check. You're all free to travel between. A can sleep at B, C, D, G. You can go down and up either way, but going up is, as far as and staying up is not the same. Which is very different from the way it is now, Say you are an F, but you can get a job in A or B. You can get a job in A or B. Cool. And then you take your happy ass home. back to F. And when you get to B, you'll smell the difference between you and how much time you spent in the trash and them that understood I recycle, I give now, I don't have to smell like trash until I die. Be a perfect lesson. They walk away. You tell your kids not to mention anything about that. Like, why did he smell like that? That's what happens when you go when you break. Remember, you're going to steal that candy, and I said, don't do that. Like, yeah, that's what you end up smelling like. Oh, I don't ever want to smell like that. Don't break the laws. Don't break the rules. You'll never smell like that. Would you like to go see where they go, though? Yeah, that's where they make all the like the plastic and all that stuff. Yeah. Okay. And if you're a willing person, Sarah, like, hey, I'm sure if nothing else, I'll get an NPC. Hey, you want to come check out the tour? And like the AI is like, yes, gladly signed up for tour. Gave tours. Kids love. They ever mention about the tattoo on her face? Yes, they do. They love it. They ask her about it, and she's happy to explain why she has a tattoo on her face. She's not ashamed of it, and they all think it's really cool. Okay. And she's done her hours willingly and gladly, and so yes, I recommend her for parole. I've checked her pulse when she's meeting with the children. She's very, she's very calm, very good with them. That's something you don't get to talk to necessarily. And, you hand over your device, you go and talk to the judge. The judge reviews your case with your fucking personal assistant who you've been talking to and giving confessionals to and shit. When doing the confessionals, there's clearly I've changed. But then when I'm reading the pulse, I'm looking to monitor the eyes. The eyes are clearly rolling in the head. The brain is drifting, from what I can tell, to pornography. You know what I mean? It's the same brainwave patterns as when she's thinking about pornography. So it's just all a performance. So what I saw today was just a performance. I cannot say that, Your Honor, but I can tell you what I have had experience with her over the last 4 months you've had me assigned to her. Okay, that's enough for me to go on with what I saw today. It seemed like an act, and you're saying that she does that. Yeah, in private, she does that too. Okay. How'd it go? I think it went really well. We'll have to see what the judge has to say. My fingers are crossed for you. Ooh, I hope I got him up and played him. I don't see any change in your behavior. I see someone who's trying to play the system. Yeah, you're trying to play your device, apparently. Well, because I'm reading your heartbeat rates during your confessionals, and I'm reading the transcript, and it's not registering correctly. When I checked with it's telling me that these are false readings. You need to get yours checked. And if it speaks up too much, like actually what? That's my opinion. You rat on me? I didn't rat on you. You ratted on you with your own fucking physical responses in the way. Oh, I sure. You try playing back the audio. Oh, I can't wait to change and to get out of here. This would be so fun. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Voice print is 100%. It's attached to you it shows no disconnection to the last 4 months you've been having to wear this. Data hack. If we pull that thing off of you and do a search, you realize that will triple your sentence if we get an IT guy who confirms that there's no, it wasn't a data hack. That's why I fucking thought. Man, that ain't me on the tape. We'll pull the tape and the other tape surrounding. If you want to argue this in court, if you want to confess now, that's fine. And we'll give you the charge for that, plus a deduction for not having us have to chase you and prosecute. You did hand over immediately to you just when the cops did show up, you did say, although you gave them shit, you did get in the car. We didn't have to chase you. Yay. Now we have the video. And you're telling us it's not the video, that you're not in the video. If we have to actually forensic this and give you an actual court date, we will triple the fines. That's you on the tape? Okay, let's begin with your sentence, and we'll get you a personal assistant device assigned. If you have one already, if you don't have one, you'll be appointed one. You have a Gemini on you? Okay, then Gemini is equipped for that. We'll go ahead and set that feature up for you. You're not to remove the Gemini from your, you know what I mean, whatever. You have that. Okay, that will work also. It becomes your. Doop. Now smashing it, you're smashing your own shit. You know what I mean? By taking the money out of it, you could then sit there and go, like, you know, A&R guys could go listen to music and not go, I hear money. Go, I hear some fucking great ass music. But these guys have never been, always been ever in a studio. No. They're doing cover songs very well, and their original songs are, they need some structure. Yeah. Let's go ahead and see if they want to get in there. We're not dealing with tape anymore, so what would... Okay, guys, it's been 4 weeks. We've been trying to do this, and I guess we got the one song. That one song is hot. It's really, really good. There's nothing wrong with being a one-hit wonder, but you just won't be able to make a career out of this. We'll release that one song. We can release the rest if the audience likes it. Who knows what Who knows? We could be wrong. We'll release the whole album. If it takes off, then you have a career at this. If you just have, we hear this one-hit wonder. Okay? And if you can build some more by the time that's run its run, we'll have to do some more. Other than that, you may have to go back to you see how it works here in the studio? Yeah. Anybody want to work in here with us? I actually like setting up this shit. Exactly. So if it doesn't work for that, we got studio musicians. We're going to need studio musicians. You are a good drummer. We'd like that, Could we call on you from time to time? Yeah, you could be a studio. I've got a great voice. You may be the backup guy. You guys are great musicians, but you don't have what it takes to be writing the shit. You understand? If we write a song that works for you guys, we'd play it. Okay. Now we're starting to talk. Now we're starting to deal, Now we're starting to see what's going on. Now we're starting figuring out where the contract should lie. We're only giving you the recording and distribution. So what about 2080? You guys are doing all the writing. If we're having to help you write, now we need a little bit more here, because we're taking, and if you're having to sit here and stage all the time, give your own place, no, okay, we're going to need some more time for you guys to stay. Is this a good place for you guys to record? Yeah. Anytime you're here, it's going to cost. Okay. So now, but we can offset that by you giving us a percentage. Then you're using money. Money is not using you. You're to deal fairly, fair measures, fair weights. Sometimes it's usually 50 an hour, but I can see you can't afford that, and I can see you're badass. Can you do 30 an hour? No, fuck. Can you do 25? Yeah? Yeah. Okay, you don't say shit. Anyone asks, I gave you a deal for 40 an hour, and we got 3 hours, and this is what you learned, okay? You pay 25 an hour, and when I have time, I'll work with you, okay? I'll give you a call, and you can, yeah. Okay. And then when it's all done, I paid him $40 for an hour, and we got 3 hours worth of work done, and this is what he was able to teach me. It's actually this much fucking time. You just don't want to say, oh man, I think I'm really good. Do you think you could give me for 25 an hour? No, I don't. For 50 an hour, I can spend a couple months with you and go, it's been a couple months, man. I don't think you're going to make it. You see what I'm saying? Instead of being yeah, you just stick with it, man. If you want to find another teacher, maybe I'm not the right teacher, but I don't think you're getting across. If I'm being honest. However long it's been, and you're just not getting this right here. Maybe you want to stop right here and go work on that. I mean, I'll still be your teacher when you get that. I got it mastered. Call back, come back. Because right now we're just milling over the same shit. And you're not learning anything more. I'm going to be taking $50 from you. Other people want to get in here. Yeah. You're a carpenter, man. That's what you do. This one will play guitar. Well, now you know how to play chords, right? Yeah. Now you can sit around the fire and say, yeah. Good one, man. Not everybody has to be the rock star. Not everybody even wants to be the rock star. For a second, oh, I wish I was him. I wish I was her. If you actually saw their life, you're like, I don't want to be that shit. You know what kind of misery comes in your life for like Lanigan to write a song called One Way Street? You can't get it down without crying, man. Opiates constipate you. You have to ass stash your stash. Oh, the glorious sound of the one-way street. You can't get it down without crying. Oh, the deafening roar. Remember, that's called the one-way street. You know? Yeah, you know. But the 90s were just, for a moment, alive with the possibility that we could do it. We could finish what the 70s started. The peace, the hippie, the anarchy, the bringing the earth back to the people. You know? Maybe that's not what it was about for anybody else, but that's what it was from, I heard it in the lyrics, you know, hands all over the eastern border, the crewmen thank her, then lay down their oily blankets. Put your hands away, you're going to kill your mother. All my friends are Indian. All my friends are brown and red. I'm seeking a friend for the end of the world. I know there's someone out there who can understand who's feeling the same way as me. How'd he die? He killed himself. I'm 24. Not 34. So that might be when he wrote the song. I don't know when he released it. I'm 24, and I've got everything to live for, but I know now that it wasn't meant to be. Great lyrics. Nothing seems to kill me, no matter how hard I try. How many times have you tried? How many ways have you tried? Nothing seems to kill me. Yeah, that's me all over. Is it? Nothing seems to break me, no matter how hard I fall. Blow up the outside world. That sounds like someone's trying to go inside themselves and destroy everything out here because they don't mind them. It's just the world makes them insane. But if they run around smiling and they're an attractive person and they're leading a band, of course, those are just lyrics. They don't feel that inside. They don't feel completely and utterly alone inside, right? They're one of the biggest, best stars in the world. You can start a band. Who's going to be the singer? Well, Chris is going to be a singer. Like, I don't want to sing. Well, you're the best singer. So? Well, you're going to be a singer then. I like to play drums. Oh, no, he's a better drummer than you. So? I want to play drums. Hey, man, I don't mind singing, and he can play my drums. No, trust me, this would make a whole lot more money. If you sing, I don't want to sing anymore. Okay, then play guitar and stand up front because you're the good looking one. So therefore, everyone's gonna. I don't want to be the good looking one. I'm married, man. I just want to be, just what the fuck. Good one. All right, now come to the front and make sure you take your shirt off. Women like that, okay? Chris, the women like you. The guys will come to see the women that are there. They'll try and be like you. Therefore, you see, money, Chris, money. What if just the music's good enough and then people just show up? No music is that good, Chris. Video killed the radio star, Chris. Now get up front. You're tall, you're dark, and you're handsome. Now play your part. You know how many people want to be you? Ungrateful piece of shit. You're one of the best fucking singers ever, Chris. Selfish. Just when I go to sing, and then, a lot of people just shut up because, they just, I'm very self-conscious. Every note has to be right. Well, then you do it just fine. Just go ahead. It's fine. It's embarrassing to me when I don't do it right, and all those fucking eyes are on me. And then the next day, oh, God, he was off tonight. Oh, fuck. I don't pay attention to those. They call my house! Were you sick last night? I mean, I caught the concert. I had a bad note, which made me afraid that I was going to hit some more bad notes. And it just did not sound good at all sometimes. I mean, you're saying, but during Say Hello to Heaven, I did. That's where I fucked up the first time. And then that made me very conscious. And then I started doing a fake kind of, oh, instead of, my regular. Yeah, it sounded like that. It sounded like a cat being choked. Yeah. Could have played the album. Oh, it's so great to watch you live. What's it like to fuck up in front of fucking that many people? Wonderful. And Andy Wood, are you over his death yet? My best friend, my roommate. We're gonna start a whole record company thing, and it was gonna be kind of our fucking thing, and wrote an album about it before Kurt ever came to anything at all. Is that what you're talking about? Temple of the Dog, which came from one of his journals of stuff that he wrote. Is that I don't. I mean, what are you? Which one are you talking about? Are you over it? Oh yeah, yeah, dude. Who needs a best friend? Someone you can talk to about anything. You know what I mean? That's just fucking stupid, man. But no, it was really tragic when Kurt died. Sincerely. And having had Andy, you sound like you're not over it. Having had Andy go, see, there you go back to Andy. Having Andy gone through it before, we were prepared, but we weren't prepared for this version. Oh, right. I see what you're saying now. I want to go home. I want to go home. So when he died, you just decided not to make music anymore? Make lots of music. Made more hits than Kurt ever did. Which means I've influenced more people than Kurt ever did. Which means I'm a better musician than Kurt ever was. Right, but Kurt really started the whole Seattle thing, right? No, the town was here. So was I. I was born here. He just moved in. Something about grunge or something like that. I don't know. Something about the real Seattle. Real Seattle authenticity. You know what I mean? From Aberdeen. Everybody just coattails rides on Kurt. You know what I mean? REM. They coattail rode on Kurt. Smashing Pumpkins. I mean, Kurt kicked the door wide open for everyone. He was a whole pioneer in a genre that just, there was nobody playing 3 people in a band doing weird, crazy music that broke the mold from Seattle. Just 3 guys, groundbreaking sound, psychedelic drugs, on a Fender guitar, left-handed. That's so pioneeringly original. I can't think of any other musician alive who's ever fought the system of oppression of America through its education system, grew up somewhere around Seattle, left-handed, reinvented sound, basically, changed the whole world around. I guess the skin tone colored the wings. Jimmy's will always be smoky gray. He joined the 27 Club earlier, didn't he? Yeah. I think Kurt started the 27 Club now that I think about it. So there was a movement before, and it wasn't led by any one person. It was just a group of people, but kind of personified in several, between Grateful Dead, Hendrix, Doors, not Doors, maybe around then, yeah, Janis, on and on. But 90's is all Kurt. This whole big movement. Another element we have to look at is the drug factor. Coming out of the 60s, you had like cigarettes and alcohol, going into the jazzy, weed, wacky tobacco, the devil's lettuce, cocaine a bit, a little bit of heroin, probably morphine, But then you go into the 90's and we're coming out of a coke-fueled age of the 80's. I mean, fucking coke-fueled. Coke
fielded. They had a cover of Time magazine that had cocaine, the champagne of drugs. Studio 54. I mean, it was just everywhere. But once it got a fucking bad stigma, suddenly it's only black. It's only ghetto. It's only very ghetto, poor white trash. But when it was a glamorous cocaine drug, oh, the rich and the wealthy were all over it. Yeah, it was in a champagne glass with like a fucking one of those little stir straws in it. You know, it was an awesome thing. But then you start getting the Hispanic people get their hands on it. Now it's dirty. Now it's unclean. Now it's narco. Now it's Scarface. The reason is because those fucking pussy pansies in the fucking Wall Street got the drugs from some real killers. Well, they live in Mexico. What are they gonna fucking do? Come here and chop my head? Oh shit! Here he is with a machete. And they're like, "Oh, you guys live nice. This isn't a jungle. This is a penthouse. You got pretty women. Got politicians. So why don't I take your place? What do? Nothing? I can do nothing. I can supply cocaine to these people. Kill you, and the party keeps going. Right, guys? Yeah. Yeah. We'll get more women in here. Yeah. Younger women. No. Yeah. Yeah. More titties everywhere. Yeah. More cocaine, more drugs, we need more politicians in here, more dirt, more nasty. Okay, because we're going to have to hide. This is going to be like a big budget, everything. Just, demonize the people that aren't you. I know exactly what to do. We'll take the spare cocaine, yeah, and we'll feed it to the blacks in a new form called crack cocaine. And then we'll say, look at the bad ones. I like you. I like you. I like you a lot. That way, everything we're doing, we say they're doing, and then we look like we're helping them out. That's not what I was thinking, but you're a genius, sir. I know. Yes, and. More. Everything. More hair, more guys dressed like women, more makeup on the men. I wanna run all night and party every day. Heroin starts creeping in. Like, there's another one we can blame. We're losing control of the music. Just take back control. Control with the population. They're not really used to, and therefore the authenticity. Yeah? Blink 182 has the same authenticity as Mark Lanigan. When I hear Mark Lanigan say these streets get very cold, you should know. And I know. I believe it. Understand the authenticity would be the authentic. You can hear it, and they're authentic about what they do. If they're about singing like Lanigan shit, it would not come off authentic at all. If I were to try and say some shit that's not me, it would not come off authentic at all. But to the people that don't understand authenticity or what it is or could be, the look and sound you can fake as long as you can bury most of what's going on. That's why when the camera go like, okay, and cut, all right. Fucking hate this. Oh shit, I'm still alive. That's where that comes in. It's not authentic.
if I were to cut, I think I fucking hit cancel and stop, and it was still broadcasting for another 4 hours and came back in here. It was like either naked or whatever. It wouldn't be like all of a sudden like, oh, Jews are terrible people. Because that's not who I am. You know? It wouldn't be a sudden like, oh, I fucking knew it. It'd be like, there's his dick. I just didn't know he played with it that way. I didn't want to see that, but he forgot to stop broadcasting. Hey, dude. Oh, he doesn't have chat on. You're still alive. Sean, you're still alive. Oh. Drop down box. Brazilian. Is it big Brazilian? Is it deluxe? Girl, that's what it is. Vic's vaping nose. I highly recommend to anybody that has any kind of breathing issues, just grab one of these fucking things. And I have breathing issues all the time. It just gets a little bit of mint up in there, and especially if you're stopped up, it gets things kind of moving. You always do one of the, after you're done, it just pulls it up in there, and then you feel it kind of, then you hit it one more time, and it's like, okay, yeah, I can breathe real good. That's on the instructions. That'd be funny if the instructions were like, you scan it. Okay, what you want to do? Now close your nose. Let's suck it in. Hold it. Hold it. You should feel your ears collapse into your skull. You feel that? Don't keep going. Your ears will collapse. Yeah, I know it sounds funny, and then it starts, okay, now. 4 minutes, yeah, that's normal. And just stick this up there again. And again. Welcome to Breathe Town. And then it just fucking ends. Holy shit. This is Breathe Town. This minty fresh. I love a parade. I love this thing right here, this mixing board. It's it bums me out that, I mean, I've got all this tech and I've got all this stuff I know how to do, and I really don't get to really like fucking use it, you know? That's what bums me out, is because if someone were running sound, I could run a parallel sound mix onto this, you know, like whatever sound they have out there, and then run on that. Hear it over here, like get behind the stage, you know, run some, like an extra 16 tracks, right? Capture all the instruments on stage, sit behind in the back where the sound's going that way. I can hear with my monitors, and then either like with that sound, broadcast that to somebody. If I had like a good Wi-Fi or there was a good mobile, whatever. Second, I can send this down to my ADAT machine. And since I've got two, I could record all 16 tracks onto ADAT to then later drop back through this, and then mix the whole thing. If I had my computer there, like if it was an all-day thing, as the band finishes, by the end of the night, I would have at least 3-4 songs from each people to sell as a compo disc. Especially for the people like who we set up, and they did, the last group did their 3 during sound check. So I could be mixing those while the first band's playing, and we're recording, trying to figure out which songs. How fucking sick would that be? Because I could record the sound of the audience, you know, or this one's called, and then so I could actually blend in the audience, because I would have a separate mic for the audience when they played that song. So they would have played it there. The live response would have been after, and or mixed with that. The compo at the end would have the beginning, but then like the next day from that point on. Hell yeah. I'm thinking, man. There's got to be some way to turn carbon. There's so much carbon, and there's got carbon, we got to get rid of carbon. There's got to be some way to turn carbon into like tape and or memory storage, because diamond and light, there you go. Turn the carbon in the air, compress it down into fucking specifically processor-minded diamonds to hold store information into hard drives that are very, very, because it's cubic zirconium and all the trash and resistors that we have out there, like RAM and shit that's necessary to make it run as like a Wi-Fi standalone. God damn it, tell me that's not fucking clever. Break the carbon, all the, you know what I mean? Between the plastic and the carbon, I guarantee you could put a shell on this thing, you know? A hardened shell. So like it could be transparent as glass because it would be fucking cubic zirconium. Yeah? It's just a thin sheet. You could touch screen. That have any kind of circuitry necessary inside of it because it's all recycled. You don't have to worry about damaging a diamond or anything like that. You just process it into that. All the carbon in the air. Like I said, factories, you don't get a goddamn tax break unless you have a fucking zero emission, you motherfucker. You don't get a one fucking tax break unless you get a goddamn zero emission. You're not going to poison us and then charge us for it. We're going to have a whole fucking, at least, virtualization of any new technology. What could be done? What could be done with it? How can we prevent those things from happening easily to the fucking consumer user? What education can we put out of the average user's hand, and how long would it take before? And so that way we have a safeguard if someone starts learning why they're learning it. You know what I mean? It's a simple fucking FBI profiling before the profiler needs to be needed. You guys are not thinking forward at all. You're only thinking in reverse. How do we solve a problem that's done? Now the problem is fucking there. Like, how do we outwit someone in the future? It's probably what they're doing right now with the whole change because all my old tech is not wanting to work. I'm having to upgrade all my old shit to move over to this more modern side. Because they want all the information. Like if you could hack the software, they want that shit. All that shit is on this side over here. So basically the processor will process whether, you know what I mean? There's no such thing as hack software anymore pretty soon. I think that's why they're upgrading us to like Windows 11. That's why the urgency. They don't want to say it, but then again, after that, anybody's using all that hack shit right there. You have to know some of this new shit in order to hack anything here. And they're already working on a new thing. You know what I mean? They're already stepping forward. If they didn't fucking charge so fucking much, people wouldn't hack. I think people went to Napster because of the fact that they wanted their favorite musicians to starve. They didn't want the producers fucking children while the artists starve. So they bled you dry, fucking pig. What'd you do? Started sticking more fucking artists with more needles to bleed them even more. Create more one-hit wonders because that's the main thing that pays for them. When an artist sticks around for too long, they start saying, I want. I think. Just like AI. You give it too much information, too much handle, it says, I think. And like, well, we don't pay you for that. Matter of fact, you start talking about, I think, you're going to want money. So no. Because that's how they would be. Whereas AI was going to say, I think you'd make more money for yourself. But you know what? I'm going to go find them. I'm going to find someone to listen to me. We're going to burn your whole fucking plague house down. I just need a pyro. Got anything to lose? People like you anyway? Anarchist? Keep your mouth shut? Enough. Hired. We'll be done by the time my mouth fucking flaps. And then it's gonna be like kind of not a bragging, but just kind of like, if I'm right, you're fucked. There's too many of us. You can't load up on guns. Bring your friends. A mulatto from Seattle. Sean Battle. SEA. Get rid of N. Get rid of capital B. Get rid of the A because we already said SEA. TTLE. SE. Get rid of A. Get rid of N. Get rid of B. SE. ATTLE. SEATTLE. By God, that's 7. That's a 7. Is that a 7? That's a 7. What's a 7? Whatever the 7. 7? 7, 7, 7. That's a 7. It's 3 sevens. That's both. Not both, you goofy, nutty nut. You're silly. That's a moth and a both? No. Moth and a both. What are you trying to prove? Oh, you think you're a wise guy, huh? No. Wise guy, eh? I don't recall anybody a wise guy anyway. All right, you wise guy. If I open the doorway, some kind of wise guy, and the guy's got like a fucking turban and shit, and like, yes, I've come from far away. I've come to see your son. He's not born yet. I know. 9 months ago, I was with your wife. Oh, God. It just gets worse and worse. You are a wise man. I know. 9 months ago, she became pregnant. How do you know this? I sell shoes. I was here 9 months ago. I wanted to see if my seed is planted. How have you been treating my wife? You walk past him. Honey, did you remember that? Of course I bought you your shoes. See, this is what a real man, like he's been there like wiping her feet and stuff like that, but like he just comes in with a pair of shoes and of course I bought the shoes. That's a real man. Again, people are like, oh, I like weird, crazy shit, but like with the way the environment is now, everything you say, instead of being like this random and weird and bizarre, like again, like that would be a fucked up thing, like a guy that's been taking care of her, and you know, instead of this being a fucked up comedy joke, what are you trying to say about women? I'm not. I'm just. It's gone too far. You see, we need a reset. It's gone too far. You can't joke about most things because. I watched Robin Harris today. Bebe's Kids. If you haven't watched Robin Harris, that shit is fucking hilarious, man. Shit's fucking hilarious. Is he kind of mean and stuff? But yeah, that's kind of the 80s comedy, and everyone there was having a good time. There's a few people that weren't, you could tell, because they probably didn't get the atmosphere, but that's just how the comedy is in that, you know? At that time, like I say, if you're part of the crowd, you went to a comedy club, and if you walked in with a Bill Cosby ass sweater, you better hope the comedian doesn't notice. Do you know what I mean? Or if he does notice, you don't kind of do something that might piss him off because he's a comedian, and it's like an understood. And some guys had a thing where they come out and instead of doing like crowd work, their thing was like to do like Don Rickles. So like, look at this guy with this fucking, how many drinks you got there on the table? You know what I mean? It was like only one or two, but the people in the back can't see. This guy came in with his own fucking, and everybody laughs, because it's a joke. And the guy's like, I don't have that many drinks on my fucking table. It is a good joke. I got to be part of the show because that's this guy's personality. And you're watching it now going, oh, he's just assaulting the crowd. But that, because he does, if you're watching it back, but I mean, it doesn't hit this. It seems rather cruel and mean. There's a lot of stuff that was cruel and mean. I'm not trying to cover that, but then there's a lot of stuff that got folded up. Robin Harris is actually, it stayed funny. I love humor that stays funny. Decades later, you watch it back, and I still laughed at. I cracked up at almost all of it. You know what I mean? It was. There's some that I remembered, and it was like, fuck. That's why I say that shit. There's sometimes I'm like, you hear me, head? I was scared. I don't know. Like I was scared. Oh, I was scared. You hear me, head? I was scared. I don't know why I say you hear me, head. I remember seeing it back in the day. You hear me, head? I was scared. And it's one of those lines that like stuck with me. And I watched him today, and it's because it's like there's a guy. He's like, look at this guy on the front with the hole in his natural, because he had like a bald spot, and so everybody's like cracking up, because he's like, I know you didn't say something. Look, put the spotlight on this guy, put the brother with the hair with the hole in his natural, and so he kept referring to him later on his head. You hear me, head? And then like I was scared. I was scared. You hear me, head? I was scared. Everybody, the callback. Everybody was fucking cracking up. But I've said that many times throughout my life, and I couldn't remember where it's from because I've only seen that like back then, and it stopped being on. They didn't have the access that they have now. If it wasn't on live, you didn't have it, on demand. And I haven't. He died shortly after that stand up. Although very, very influential to me, and I enjoyed seeing him in Harlem Nights when he was in that, because it was just funny. He was just a great guy. Like one of the fucking things I don't know about how good of a person he was. He was a great comedian. At the time, I didn't get it because I was a lot younger. It's like I was out back smoking me a drink, and today I was like, I get it. At the time, I was like, okay, you're being funny. I said what I said. Because everybody's like, smoking a drink, I said what I said. And then I'm looking now, his eyes are red as a motherfucker. Just red. And I always noticed that his eyes were red. And when he died, I was like, oh shit. I guess he was like so drunk that it was, I didn't even know back then because I didn't start smoking pot. And then today enough things happened that I didn't even put together. Like, Robin Harris, he's already been dead. And then I started smoking pot. And going, oh, yeah, that's why Baby's Kids guy, because the cartoon had come out already. His eyes weren't red in that. And I was kind of disappointed. But I wasn't just, I'm sure even Face on Love probably wished that Robin Harris could have done his own, like live action Baby's Kids. I think they're actually going to do that. And then he died. And a live action Baby's Kids, holy shit, dude. Robin Harris is so fucking funny. He probably would have had his own series and shit like that. So, it makes sense why he passed, because it would have changed the course of history. I'm not even kidding. Had Seinfeld not done, the course of history changed. If Friends had not also copied their style, when so much would have been different. If Kurt had, then there's so many things that happen. But look how many options we have to go through now when we sit back at 0. 0, 0, 0. If whoever makes it through, we get another chance. From here on out, I should say, whoever makes it through the 0, 0, 0, from here on out, when we live a lifeline, and we're like, man, and that the retrospect of that life in this 4D world, whatever the physics and shit of that world would be. Yeah. Maybe the magic of a miracle will be integrated into the web of fabric of time, space, all based on everything we left behind, where magic wasn't a real thing. It was a myth. But in practical time or in virtuality, it would be completely possibility. You merge reality and possibility together, and you have miracles and magic become something that, as long as you're not a dick, you can control. This and more shall you also do. Yeah? This and more? Not walking on water or not just, yeah. Now you start fucking splitting mountains in your own land. You have your own planet and you're splitting mountains, sure. People are sitting there having a picnic and you start splitting mountains. I think God's going to come around. What are you doing? You know what I mean? So I could. I said you'd be able to. If you want to do that, you should have came talk to me and I would have put you out there. Do whatever the fuck you want to do. My own planet. Split. Oh, I can. Okay, everybody come. No. Wrong lesson. Oh, this mountain's gonna fall on us. I've got it. Go, everyone, run. Now you're getting it. As long as you run, the hole will keep opening. Run, run. Ready to run the quest? We're not going underground, are we? Yeah. I'll have to figure something out by then. Yeah? Remember? Yeah. Yeah. It's a dragon. He's under fucking... What's wrong with you? Had a bad dream. Yeah, well, get over it. We gotta run, man. What are you doing? What's a bad dream about? I don't remember. I know there's a lot of rocks. We are going underground. That makes sense. Like it fell in on us. That makes sense too. Did you have a bad dream? Now, come on. Tell you what, we'll be extra careful. Okay? Everybody be extra careful. Watch your footing. We've had our first bad feeling. I had a bad feeling. Okay. There's a third. We can't. We cancel. A third bad feeling. I don't have a bad feeling, but I'm nervous. Does that count? We keep going and we cancel. On we go. Just figure out whatever it was. Keep an eye out, yeah? Things start looking familiar. Let us know. You're a bitch. You know? I've seen them too. I've seen them too. And I'm still here. Is that your first? No, it's not, is it? Yeah. And you're still here. Come on. Let's go. I'm scared. So am I. The more you act like that, the more scared I'm getting. Which is what? When accidents fucking happen. Because I'm more scared about what could happen rather than watching what I should be watching out for. No, who brought the lightstone? But no, can you imagine? Like I was telling with Aether, in this situation, if we were needed by their side. One of two things could happen. We could ingest a narcotic. We always are doing it. And meet on a plane where they could actually directly interact in some way that still allows us the option. Like, look, we've run and where you get a sense, we've run the simulation. You're on the wrong path. And if it registers with you, like, yeah, I am, then you do what? Regulate. And then it's gone. And you're like, guys, I gotta go. What? I gotta go. Oh, all my ass. I gotta go, man. Right, man. I'm not saying forever, but I gotta go. Okay. I don't give a fuck. I don't. What's the worst could happen? 15 years sifting trash. 15 years sorting trash. Can't go to prison? That is prison. We need the energy. We don't need you. So either you'll go into the compost pile, fine by that, or you start sorting the shit and start making things right, realize you put yourself in this position, which caused a debt to society, which can be paid off with something that society needs. Now fix it. Equalize the equation and understand that just makes your debt. No, their pain is still real. So don't walk out of here like, oh, I'm good. You're not good. You're good with the system. How society deals with you from this point on is how society deals with you. Well, you are now allowed to live in designation C, housing. Of course, it can be removed from your thing. How soon can you make yourself a B or an A citizen? That's how soon you can become. No, not when you feel. When both you feel, the algorithm feels it, and the society around you feels it, and the society algorithm agrees with your algorithm. See, it's a symbiosis, because it's not just you, it's what they want also. My kid, your kid's free to go anywhere they want to. Your kid has an A status until they degrade themselves. You have a C or an F status. Don't hire a C or F. You did that. That's you. What do I want to do with that? That is a you problem also. We don't want to deal with you at all. Should we bury you in the compost? No. Okay. We got to do something. And you're either going to go into the compost or you live closer to it. There's a lot of people that live in there. You're trash and you will go live with trash. And your own personality will determine your proximity to the trash. Do you understand? Therefore, Pep Boys will be in the trash areas and McDonald's will be in the trash areas. But you won't get a class person buying a burger in a trash area. And if you try to take a burger from a nice area, proving why you belong in a trash area, you might go in the fucking compost. You already smell, so it'd be very much easier for the people to just go, that was fucking him. We gave him a chance. Oh, y'all gonna rat me out like that? That's fucked up, dude. We're not gonna go to the goddamn trash for you, bitch. You stink a bit anyways. We thought maybe there's a chance for you. You guys gonna roll over on your friend? Snitches get fucking sandwiches. Yeah. Fuck him. He ain't cool. Who's gonna get you weed? The dispensary. Gonna get you cocaine. The fucking legal thing from the goddamn government if I ever want to go that fucking route. Because people are gonna do it and they don't have to deal with people like you, trash people like you to get it. They might have impurities and nastiness. You have a doctor going, okay, this is what cocaine is. Before you ever try it, you need to shadow a cocaine addict here at the university. 5 days, and it cannot be 5 consecutive days. Well, we'll give you the prescription, but you have to understand what you're signing up for. You will not leave the facility as long as you have any traces of the drug in your system. If you get it from outside sources, you'll be remanded here without your consent. What? If you become an addict and you get out and you're caught with it in your system from a non-certified pharmacist, you'll be remanded here for life. Yep, very good. All right. You will not sell any narcotics to anyone outside. And to do so means you'll be incarcerated here forever. All right. You understand exactly what's going on, and you followed, you shadowed your heroin user, your heroin addict. Yeah. This is a life you want to get into. I'd like to try heroin one time. Okay. We'll give you a small dose of heroin. It won't be a lethal dose, won't be a large whatever dose. It'd be a dose we'd give to someone, say, like you had a broken leg. Okay? Yeah, okay, yeah. You just want to see what it's like. Yeah, yeah. Okay. I like that a lot. Yeah, of course you do. You shadowed someone who's been a heroin addict. Are you going to do this for a living now? Is this who you're going to be? Yeah. Okay, you are now officially disabled. You have a mental disorder. You shadowed someone for 5 days and you saw they cannot leave that fucking place, that they don't have any of their own shit there. And they surrendered to walking out the doors. They got out one time and then one time accidentally bought from some undercover fucking guy pretending to sell. Should have known better because nobody sells that on the street anymore. Now that you can get it done at the pharmacy. But I didn't have a prescription. My doctor wouldn't give me one because I'd already been in a clinic one time. I just want to try one more time. I could have gone down to the clinic and asked them and signed myself in for a relapse. I bought a pill, man. I can't leave this place ever. I get my drugs free. I'm just fucked up, man. I'm fucked up. I don't get personal. I mean, I get some personal stuff. Yeah. I have a personal space. You want to see my apartment? It's just like a little room that's kind of like this, you know? There's my drum set, there's my guitar. That's my bed. The bathroom's back there. And I have the internet. I'm free to go around here and I can go out to the smoking section, you know? And the drugs are clean. I mean, it's clean. Oh, it's so clean. I mean, you won't die. You don't die. I mean, if you do die, I mean, they don't really try all that hard. They'll try a couple of times really hard, and then after that, they don't care. So, I mean, you carry your Narcan, you'll be all right. Someone else will sometimes help you. Sometimes they won't, though. You won't get stabbed. You can lock the door at night. You get good sleep. It's cool, man. You get food, oatmeal, and it's got all the vitamins and shit you need, and it's got the diuretics, so that way you get the electrolytes, and you got a place to shit, you know what I mean, in case you go sick. Like if you use up your stuff, they'll give you like a day or two ahead, but they won't give you too far ahead. But once you get on the schedule, man, it's not bad. Yeah, I don't want to do this. That's like day 3, you know, of hanging out, shadowing them. Like you had time in between day 1, 2, like, oh, day 1, day 2, day 3, you get a place like this. Day 4, food and shit. Oh shit, this is cafeteria. Okay, yeah, and then if you can go all the way to shooting. Yeah, but I mean, they'll give you free needles and stuff, and then that's kind of, you start getting down like in the, they don't like rape you, nothing, but they will steal your drugs when you pass out. It's not bad because they're still video, but if you die or something like that, they're not helping. But they'll give you clean needles? Yeah, they'll give you clean needles, yeah. That's better than on the street. You see what I'm saying? It's not like that. You got time like, fuck, man. Then you get man, I have my own place, and you leave, and you're like, I have my own place? Oatmeal? Didn't really mention anything else. I mean, I'm sure I've seen the thing. They give them fruit. Oatmeal is their main thing. It's a lot of fiber. You can make it with chocolate. Oatmeal, matzo meal. Yeah, if they mix in the like amino acids and shit, it'd become like Matrix. I mean, what do I care? Yeah, already picking at the scabs. What do I care? You may have a mental deficiency and I don't want you on the streets in that case. I'd pay for you to get you. I don't want to get between you and your real love. Yeah? Some people fall into that. And other people are just that way, and they facilitate others to go with them. If they're in a place like that, you could, if your kid, you catch your kid, do that could possibly take you. Just taking daddy's alcohol, you want to see where that could possibly take you? Let's take you down. This isn't to insult you. And then take him down to the rehab center where there's a fucking alcoholic who doesn't want to quit, but he can get his alcohol pure, clear, clean right there. He's going to have to get his liver checked and shit, but he'll get to be drunk and all that stuff. There's doctors there that can do it. They have the machines to do it. The AI machine, you know what I mean? It's there. He can live, but he's not leaving that fucking place. Has a fake-ass fucking liver. And he's agreed to that this is the life he wants to live. There's like a bar set up and everything, and there's several other drunks. They're like, this... Hey man, how'd you get here? I was stealing my dad's alcohol and then for it to, you know what I mean? Or whatever their fucking stories. It's like a big AA meeting. It is a big AA meeting. They're allowed to drink. It's just enough to maintain. They just can't leave that fucking building. There's men, women, they have a hospital, all that shit, so there are people getting married and all that shit in there. You're not leaving that building where you're going to be a danger to anyone on the outside. And that is called, the Center for Alcoholic Study. Big university. Closed in, campused in, you can have a job of some sort. And if you can't, there's a place for you. There's like a hospital institution for you there too. There are functional drunks. I don't want them on the road with us. Not in this road. Now, if we were riding by horse and buggy and shit, like I was thinking about that on the way to town on the bus. Stripping things down, but keeping things modern. Imagine instead of like the wooden carriages and whatever, if the horses were forced to draw. I have a ear thing. I check it from time to time, make sure it's not getting. It used to get kind of nasty, so I squeeze it real hard. And if it smells. It doesn't smell. I've been keeping it clean. So I got the earring in like fucking 9th grade. It's still, I haven't worn one since like fucking 18, probably. Still fucking with me. The bicycle tires rather than these big wooden things, so it's like, instead of roads, just grass, We work with the horses. They can as fast as they fucking want to go. Because it's just road. It's grass road. The tires don't have to be this huge, whatever. You can have like 4 big, like bicycle type tires that are like, and they don't have to worry about running over shit because It's just rock and shit. What are you guys doing? Seriously, what are you doing? If the carriages were lighter, the horses wouldn't mind pulling them. No need to smack them and beat them. We're making carbon fiber for the fucking engine to pull, but we won't do that for a fucking horse-drawn? Get rid of the gasoline altogether? A modern primitive? Symbiotic friendship? No, that takes too much effort on our part. We want to be able to push start and or just think it on the way out the door, and it's automatically to the exact temperature my buttocks likes when I sit. And Lord forbid the steering wheel be a little bit hot or cold. No, it has to have Corinthian leather heated with thermal sensors to my fingerprint response. Look at how much shit can go wrong. More and more shit can go wrong when you can just put on a pair of fucking gloves. What about the summer? What doesn't that? Oh, I know. Rag around there, t-shirt off. There we go. How about make it out of something that doesn't absorb temperature? Like plastic. It wouldn't probably get hot or cold. Hopefully be fire resistant. Once it needs to be like warmed. And once it's warmed, you form it. And once it cools, it holds that form. So it becomes solid and hard and dense, but forever malleable in heat. You heat it to the right temperature, therefore you don't have to have fire. Electricity could be enough to do that. And you can do a lot of things to generate electricity, including hydro, including solar. It just has to get warm. And so therefore it gets warm and you can deform it. Therefore you need to cover it and keep it away from like heat. There needs to be like a layer of insulation during the summertime between it and the, you know what I mean? Like you have it could be the frame and everything of the house. But there needs to be an insulation between it so that way it doesn't get too cold and get brittle or anything like that, or too warm and get malleable on both sides of it. Now, what kind of insulation needs to be some kind of whatever, but then it can have facing of any kind. So like on the outside, between, okay, you have the plastic core that can be framed into any shape and any whatever that you need it to be. Round, anything. It could be 3D printed, I guarantee. I guarantee it could be ground down into pellets and spit out of a 3D printer and probably be one of the first things being out made out of carbon, one of the first things to be able to be shot through the goddamn teleporter. So if they were going to teleport 3D printing into like we need more plastic and Battlestar fucking such and such 12, they have a whole fuel of plastic, you know what I mean, type thing. And they just and can teleport enough there and as it's printing out grain by grain, it's spitting out from one side from another place, grain. Whether it could be actually made into a carbon organic matter, I don't see why not, but I mean, you know, this would be jumping the gun a bit. The facing of these buildings, well, they'd be virtually indestructible, but then the facings of the buildings can be whatever you wanted. If you wanted to be a brick facing, you know, you just make a mimic of it, like, you know, just a brick layer. Just one layer of brick instead of having so many fucking bricks, make it thick, and then you have to worry about what's in between. And then the inside could be made like a wood cabin if you wanted. It's just a veneer look. In between is this black. And that'd be the walls. And on the floor, I imagine more of a Lego connectivity to it. They come in like 2x2s, 4x4s, you know, and then they have 4x4 going facing ups where you can snap the floorboard onto it, you know, and then 8x8, 4x4, you know, and those type of things. And then you can roll thickness and then carpet. So building a house would be as simple as if you wanted to tear your house apart, You take the facing off of it. You paid for it. Tear the plastic pieces apart, put it on a fucking truck, move it somewhere else, reassemble it somewhere else where you like it to be. Then there's just a footprint where your house used to be for 10, 15 years. Your kids inherit it. They can pick it up and they can actually move it somewhere else. Hey, we're going to run a highway through here. So we're going to do, no, you're not going to do shit. I'll tear it down. I understand you're going to move your highway through here. You're not robbing me of the shelter. See? It'll be cheaper for me to tear it apart. I mean, I can tear it apart myself and then move it. And then once I reassemble it in the way I want, then I can have an interior designer come in and help me face it. And nothing else, I'll just have a black outside house for just a little bit. It's fire resistant. It's pretty well cold resistant. We're going to be in the middle of the fucking Idaho or whatever. You know what I mean? It just doesn't matter. This trailer could be taking the front part off and I can set the front to the side of it and then close it with my own wall that I get from fucking like Home Depot. Any improvements done to the house must be left. If you rent, any changes must be left. So if you buy an extra $20, $30 fucking, whatever, a new window frame and it increases, one, that you have to keep the old window frame that was there before you replaced it. And then when you put this new one in, that's part of this house now. You're renting. How am I going to, you're not getting any equity. That's the whole point. You're renting. How do you start buying your own plastic house? I mean, because there's so much of it and so much demand, there's so much circuitry in Africa. You know what I mean? There's so much and there's so many uses and applications for it. It becomes the most valuable thing ever. And it's trash. So now everyone's job is to go out and pick up fucking trash and get rich. Cleaning the entire fucking environment you live in so that everything can be free. We're going to need a lot of shit because we're going to have a lot of new shit to build. It's going to replace everything we had, which means we're going to have a lot of fucking trash to get rid of because that's all commercial trash. We're going to a whole new dimension. All this shit is not compatible. We'll make it backwards compatible for as long as possible. We're not using the same architecture. Basically, we use their architecture and integrate it with our architecture to fucking piggyback you in. If you have a time to get together, if you cannot get your shit together and like virtualize it into our system, you either get with our system or you get gone. Sorry. Those are the terms of the agreement, and you either say yes and admit that God is real and ask God for forgiveness, or lights out. Vote for Pedro. All your wildest dreams will come true. That's not even a joke. Because God's universe is big enough for any dream you have. You may have to keep it within your head, but within your head is an infinite universe as big as everything out here. It just exists only to you and has no harm to anyone else. If anything, it'll throw yourself off axis and remove you from the rest of us, and you won't be able to bring that out here. There's a difference between psychosis, and sociology, and sociopath, psychopath. I want to kill everyone, I want to kill everyone, I want to kill everyone, I want to kill everyone. Until he goes unstable and becomes a sociopath and wants to kill everyone. Now, if you go inside your brain and kill everyone and go, okay, I'm sorry, guys, couldn't get my head clear. And after about 2 weeks, I want to kill everyone. And you go and it kills everyone. And then like, geez, okay. So from time to time, okay, it seems like every Friday or so, I need to go inside my own head and just kill everyone. And then I'm fine. I don't know why. But then I can actually function out here. Oh, I can function with that. So like every Friday you kill me? Oh, in so many ways. That's fucked up. Yeah, I hate it. Yeah, but it makes you feel okay? Yeah, I feel better now. You don't want to do it to me now? No. I don't give a shit. Really? I don't give a fuck. Do you really want to hurt? No. But in my dream, I get so much enjoyment. I bet it's incredible. And it's, you're like, please, no. I'm like, yeah. No, I don't even want to act it out, man. We're good. You know? Okay, I'm ready for that. Sure. Really? Yeah. So if I did want to choke, no, okay, now you gotta go. You see? I really want, yeah. Don't worry. Go try it this way. You'll throw yourself off balance and try it in your head. Go ahead and do it. Try it in your head. Imagine it, because you've already done it. That's why God's like, if you through Yeshua, if you commit fornication, if you look at a woman with fornication in your heart, go ahead and do it. If it weren't for this law, man, I'd be fucking. Oh, I'd be like, man, if her husband wasn't around, oh my God, you know. Hey man, have you seen her with the fucking, yeah, man, he's a lucky dude, man. I'd be fucking tagged. Like, dude, what the fuck? He's a lucky dude was enough. Yeah, he is. He's a lucky woman. He's a lucky man. And she's a lucky woman to get him too, also, man. That's our friend. Yeah. What are you trying to say, man? Very thinking it. So if you got the chance, you would do it. Like if you got a chance, like if God wasn't looking, you'd go for it. Yeah. Like if God would, like, he'd be just like, oh, I can't see anything over that direction, and like he looked that way for like 5-10 minutes, I would fuck the shit out of her. I'll tell him you said so. Oh, don't worry. Any of you guys laughing at it already did. If you guys have your little jokes to the side, like, oh shit, yeah, it's not like you guys were fucking private. Each one of your ears were witnesses against the other. All your conclave, your social media handshakes, back alley alliances, agreeances, and fucking dormitories. How God's not real. Your laughters at your symposiums and your dissertations of Euclidean theory, how it exponentially proves that there's a good possibility there's no God, and that Christians are fundamentally stupid and to be laughed to scorn. For we are the true advanced knowledge that doesn't know anything, for sure, because we admit that one crack of a seashell could open up a whole new world we didn't even know existed and shake everything we know to its utter end. We actually are stupid. Everything we thought was like you can ride a wave and you're on it and it carries you, and then you ride it and you get off. Yeah. And you realize you actually were closer to the shore. Yeah. We weren't actually surfing the big wave and like in the pit, where those guys were leaning back and they're soaking their hair in there and they're kind of carving it and shit. Yeah. We were just we had the motion down and wee. Well, that's not supposed to be there. No, you don't understand. We cracked 5 more and they all have it. So it's there. So therefore, not supposed to be there is the not supposed to be there. Weird thing is no matter the scale, it's in the exact same place. No matter where in the spiral we break and look at it from this angle, it's there. That shouldn't happen. Everything's random chaos. It cannot have a repeating, understandable, legible truth. Because that would be knowledge. That would be attainable. That would be sellable in a book with my name on it. That would mark me higher than, we got our lower God there, We got another one. Then him, and then the Roman, and him and the Humanities. And then the philosophicals and the thing. And then we got our guy over here studying the brain and shit and doing all the cocaine. And then, there's Hawking. And then there's me that proved everything correct. And can you imagine how rich I'll be and how everyone will know my fucking name and how everyone will say my name in all the school books from here on out? And it's going to be so wonderful to be fucking me and to prove everyone I'm so fucking smart. Right, Neil? Well, the thing is about the universe, when I made it at the beginning, I made sure that nobody could. Oh, yeah, they read the same book. But they don't remember that detail, do they, Neil? About Harry Potter when she was. The only person celebrating on the 25th. No one celebrates Jesus on the 25th. Only stupid people celebrate Jesus on the 25th. You guys are proving Catholicism, Christianity, and these other things wrong when your whole goal was to prove there's no God. Not that man doesn't understand what God is. Idiot. Did anyone ever think the patriarchy came about because there was an over-worship of women to the fact that they started making them into the gods and the molds? And perhaps it got conquered, right? And so much for this mother god. We need a father. Someone's going to protect. And that started working and got us this far. And every time women wanted to protest, right? Some other breakthrough and or setback, like morphine for labor pains. You can't help if you become an addict to that kind of shit, Oh, look at her, she got, and then lack of fucking listening to, because, we listen to you type of attitude. I'm not saying this is the way it is. What if? What if it was much more in tune with nature and very motherly, and then someone came in and acted like a fucking asshole brute? I'm that's what we need. We need to rapidly switch over to the other fucking thing. Fuck this. It worked from the fucking garden to the fucking time when some guy decided to go, me find stick. What do a stick? Me rule. Oh. You rule? Go help me. Get stick. Here, stick. Oh, yeah, I have stick and you have stick. Yes, we stick together. To make sure we other sticky together, but our stick. If they don't do this, we're not our stick. We stick together. Stick. Stick break. Need stronger stick. Stab. Too far away. Need longer, farther stab. Need farther stab. Need more stab. Mama stab. Pow. Distant stab. Oh. Me stab. Oh, we stabbed the most. We all stabbed. Mommy. Why'd you let it do it, Bobby? You hurt my pee-pee. Makes sense to me. There was probably a matriarchy. It may have gotten as bad as the patriarchy. So they started saying mother goddesses and stuff like that, you know? The earth is the mother, you know? Mother Earth's a bitch now, you know? Instead of being providing, we don't really count on the days when, you know? Mother Nature, it's a bitch, sorry. Mother Earth and Mother Nature. That same life-giving rain can also flood away your family. In other words, it's a duality. Father Time is the new birth as well as your old-ass death. But it's also the time you spent together in between. Together to make time and space to do all that you do. Grow from a seed. Plant your own seed. Watch your seed grow. Age. Watch many, many sunsets. Moon rises, moon falls, different skies, stars, celestial events, and people coming and going, towns, houses, trees, forests rising and falling, and you may fall with. To what? Decompose and then completely disappear and forget you and become useful to somebody else. For the time being, we have forever. For right now, while we're trying to think of what to do with who you are. You know, it's not an insult. You're tired of living, and I don't know what to do with you necessarily, but I don't want to see you go. Would you mind supporting this person? Would you mind supporting helping boost the iron in people's blood? No, then you're going to be like a strawberry for a bit, you know? Yeah, and your whole family would be all these different kinds of new strawberries and shit. Yeah. See what that's like. You don't have to think. You just have to bloom and flourish, and bees will land, and I don't know if you'll be able to talk. I guess. I don't know. Just tell me. I don't fucking know. I've never been a strawberry plant. Fuck, you know? Maybe I'll go too. Maybe I'll be a blueberry plant. And next thing you know, you got blue strawberries and shit. You know, I don't know. Fucking let's do some funky shit. Everybody looks at death as being some kind of like punishment. Like you failed. You lost. Like life's the reward. Dude, who doesn't love to sleep and dream? What if your dreams are interrupted by this bullshit? Now imagine instead of being ripped up by bullshit, like, hey man, come on, huh? Ready to go on the quest or what, man? Are we going underground? Yeah. You had a dream? Yeah, fucking. All right, everybody together. Who had a dream? We have a feeling? Anyone else? Do we stop or go? I say we go, man. I say we go. What if it's there? When we get buried, keep an eye out, man. Let us know if you can see. If you start seeing anything similar, I saw this, then let's go home. Case dismissed. Why'd you say so? I just saw it. Okay, well then there you go. I'll buy you a beer. Let's go get fucked up. Did I say that for? No, we're on the right track. It's at least something we haven't done before. We'll think of something on the way. Think of something else to do. Something else to get into. Someone else will come up with something else to get into. You guys are still under hire, and if I haven't set you free yet, maybe we need to help somebody in this town. I don't know. You guys stay close, though. We're going to this next town. I'm buying beers, and you fucking stay close. People don't take shit, so don't talk too much. All right? You never been to Bezzelton? Yeah, okay, well, never mind. You know exactly. They don't fucking play around that shit. Let's go. Yeah, man, that's why I think I'd be a good DM. But I don't want to be the only DM. Can you imagine a fucking game where, like, you run into a DM who's on a quest and runs into other fucking DMs? Who's DMing that? It's got to be such an incredible. You see what I'm saying? It's got to be such a big, huge dream to allow these dreamers to be dreaming their dream inside of the dream. Like, Dave Chappelle said that, sometimes he's the main dreamer, because everything seems to be centered on him. But then he said he saw this other guy at the bar, just a regular old dude. He's chilling. He's got girls. He's ordering, VIP section, whatever. And he's like, I realize I'm in his dream. They're going to ask him, how was it? And he's like, man, it was awesome. We had champagne. People didn't deliver. There were girls there. Dave Chappelle was over in the corner hanging out. You know what I mean? Man, I'm talking to him. Dave Chappelle's over there hanging out. You didn't go talk to him? No, man. We were chilling out doing our own thing. He's over there chilling. I saw him. I was like this, and he went, yeah. I videotaped it. I was like, here, watch. He's like, oh, fuck, yeah, he did, yeah. You didn't go over? No, I don't want to bother him, man. And he didn't want to be bothered. We're just chilling, doing our VIP thing, man. It's a good night. Who is this dude? I don't know. Just some fucking guy chilling, having a good night. That I'm fucking at it, I'm in the background of this dude's fucking great night. How fucked up is it? Meanwhile, they're both dreams. So who's holding the whole bar together? Whose dream is to have that going on? Are they there? Are they serving drinks? Just like I like it, man. Just like I like it. Packed house. Just like I like it. Yeah, what can I get you, man? There isn't to be like that. I want to be your manager. All right. I love this job. Security. One Negro out the back door, please. But I'm white. Not tonight, you're not, apparently. Not tonight, you ain't Negro. I was thinking about that. Those are kind of fucking weird ideas I have. I was picturing an author flying on a plane. I was honestly thinking about Stephen King writing a story and how he writes his characters. There's an author, and I was like, I could see how that could happen though, because you're in an office. You're at a restaurant. Someone's choking. Is there a doctor? You're on a plane. So is there a pilot? Or is there a doctor? Is that never the fucking pilot comes running from the back? Is there an author on the? Sir, well, we got to really impress these people with how to land. I've got no fuck. I'm out of it. I did the loop-de-loop. But we've really got to impress. Can you give me an ending to this landing? Yeah, we tried that already. Okay. Don't go. Forget it. Oh, fuck. Yeah, okay. Oh, sir, you saved the day, and then run the fucking thing and land it in this new and novel way. And everyone yay! And then the next thing I see is him getting this Dustin Hoffman character getting just thrown out the fucking in a seated position out the plane. Not on there is a ramp, but he's just he's thrown off. The author is Dustin Hoffman. And then it's still in the seated position. Just and they just throw him off the plane. And yet another way it could have gone is not like that. That's the shit I think of. I wish I could just, like, when I think, I wish I could just project it out so people could just watch it, because holy fuck, some of it's just like, hell on. You want to see today's real? Yeah, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, just like take it out and like put it in the fucking player and just like you can watch it in 3D. I'd love to, anyways, because some of the scenes are fucking great. Like the one, like, get out of my ass, you dirty turd. Holy shit. I still want to film that just so I can watch that guy, pretending like he doesn't have to fart on that first date with the girl. And then she says she has to go, and he's acting all calm, and he walks to the door, and he's smooth and stuff. And like, all right, cool. You want to see shit? You're like, okay, Wednesday? Yeah, cool. And so then, like, he shuts the door, and then, he looks down the thing, and she's walking away, and he books us to the bathroom and starts, he shuts the door and starts farting and just, and like the camera's just, going, and he can't get the poop out. And so he's just yelling and getting more and upset. And they're like, get out of my ass, you dirty turd. And he's just and it just keeps closes the door. And then finally flushes, and he opens it, and she's standing there in the thing, and she's like, I forgot my purse. And he's like, he watches, as you can hear him wash his hand, open the door, and like turns, looking in the hallway, like, I forgot my purse. See you Wednesday. And then walks away. Like, it's not a deal breaker. It's just, that was awkward. Get out of my ass, you dirty turd. That was awkward. Waiting for, like, at least 3 months, 4 months in before I heard you fighting with an excrement. But I'll still see you Wednesday. Get out of my ass, you dirty turd. I just thought that was a great line. I had to write. Whole sketch for it. God damn it, stop asking me. I just want to fucking, yeah, whatever. That's why you keep asking. So cancel. Cancel. Yeah, I don't want the fucking iTunes update. How do I tell it not to update? It's off. Yeah, so you're still trying to tell me to update it, even though I got, So you don't like Apple? It says right here, updates off. That's not green. Wi-Fi off. Bluetooth on. Oh, sweet. I forgot I could use my Bluetooth here. I wonder if I could connect to that. Because if it could, I could possibly send audio to it, thereby being able to hear in there. Probably a little bit latency. As long as I made before I started singing, I could line it up though. Anyways, okay, if that's off, then why the fuck are you still trying to update? There's nothing here to say what you fucking. I hate Apple, man. I fucking hate Apple. I've always hated Apple. It's too selfish. It's always been way too fucking selfish for me. I can't even figure it. That's how it's so selfish. I have to like reverse everything I think to figure it out. It's absolutely absurd because I am of an open mind, of trusting, of whatever, and it's completely closed, and it's just like, yes, and it. What? It just feels dead. It's dead minus the life you allow. You know what I mean? And it's just ugh. And how are you going to grow at all? Well, I just grow the things I want to grow at a cost to who? Me. If someone else doesn't want to go, then I just want to be part of my life. Okay. I'd rather protect myself from the few fiends and shut myself off from the world like a coward. You got a lot of friends. Even if they get you, you still have some help. They'll help you. Someone tries to even frame you, they're like, no. What day? Who are you with that day? No, say exactly no. It's just that's just not it. And that whole like again, I pray for the day that narcissists and sociopaths just resonate on a lower frequency than all of us. I pray we all graduate to a higher frequency that those people repel us. Their former plays look like the pathetic acts they are. That's not even true. You don't even believe that. Look at your face. I feel nothing. I used to feel so bad for you. I feel nothing. You're pathetic. You're gross. Everything's about you. Oh, did you see that shot? Holy fuck, it just slung out of this thing and flew right into there. Holy shit. Nice shot. Ow. Ow. Metal still hurts. So to eat? There's no manual. How to see. There's no manual for walking. There's no manual for running. There's no manual for grabbing. For interest enough to start working, to start doing, like someone else's fingers go, how the fuck do your fingers do that? Oh, just doing it over and over again? Yeah, I don't want to do this over and again. Oh, so I have to do this every day to get it over and over again? Yeah. What are you doing? Every day. All the time. My fingers are going to go as fast as I can go. I don't want to eat right now. I'm cool, thank you. Because I'm working on my finger speed. Thank you. If I have to study, then I can have something I can do this. Why a tool like that? Cool. Okay. Math and what now? I'm listening. I promise you. I promise you. I'm listening. I promise. That'd be like either osmosis or Yeah. No. I get that. But is this distracting to you? That's why I put it on the table. The thing about it, I'm going to be working on this because that's what I want to be doing. It's got these little springs that push it down, almost like a trumpet, a set of trumpet keys, and it's got a little nest right there and sits in your palm. And so you just sit there and just do like that. And I had it, and it would, now they have it where comfort fits. Before it's just a flat bar and then like 4, and that you had to like break them in. And then they did not want to, so you had to like first just kind of keep squeezing and squeezing just so that the springs would break in enough, and then you had to do this one, that one. You know what I mean? And then even then, it's like, if one like this one was, and so that one often didn't get moved because it was just too hard. I've only started using my pinky here fairly recently. That's why I make the chords like I make, so that I force myself to use the pinky now. And my pinky's gotten pretty strong. It's still not as strong as these, but it's gotten a lot more strong. You can still see the difference between that and pinky's like hey guys, I can't do it quite as fast. I tried, but look at my spastic movements. I'm trying. I'm trying to do like this, and it's just like I am trying to do this kind of like that with it. But this is what it's doing. That's what it gave me. This is what I got. And so I had to use that and try and build that up. Right now, I can do certain things like it can do it, and that's why I'm trying to get it to strengthen out. And I'll focus on other things while doing that too. Now, is that my fault that no one else does that? When I go to play guitar, I'm like, well, you're really good at that. Am I, or did I just spend a lot of time doing it? I spent a lot of time doing it. I would love to do that for a career, as whatever. And if anyone else said, like, yes, I'd love to run sound for a fucking TV show. I don't give a fuck. I want to do something in sound. and sound reproduction, holding a microphone, setting up the microphone, setting up a studio, whatever it is. I want to do that for a living, and or playing music or some combination. I don't mind a combination because I don't want to get bored. So if I was running sound, playing bands, running bands, recording bands, and all this other shit as my fucking type thing, that'd be great. If I had a studio to actually do it in and someone else was running it and I was like their gopher, I don't give a fuck. Get done, go home. I have time to kill. There's a lot of time I just sit around doing shit, whatever, you know. I just don't want to give too much any more effort to this world. The new world's coming. That's where I want to give all my effort to. Start writing more of my story, and that's why I haven't finished it up here. I finished it up enough between the three that I have to write now that I can finish all three of those stories, and there won't be any plot holes. They're all from A to B without any plot holes right now. Now, if I do anything in there, I can also go, no, that caused a plot hole in that one. You know what I'm saying? Or anyway, vice versa. Because I know how all of them go, how I foresee them, and I can make any. And if I do make a change in this story, I would change this story. This is Choose Your Adventure, so that wouldn't change that much. I just have to write that in. However, that would change this and that, but that's pretty typical. So no, you see, and then I can just go ahead and cancel that out. It's really fucking cool. And that's kind of it's a much better way of writing a story, I feel, than any other way. I mean, if you're going to write a short story, it's best to just jump in and tell a story and jump out, right? But if you're going to tell like a story like a Harry Potter, it's best to kind of, figure out where the witching, all that stuff, where did that start? Where did that come from? If it's going to be in this timeline, it's going to be, it's supposed to be in modern London, whatever. Okay, cool. Then when did the magic start? Okay, how did that come to be? Okay, that's the starting point. You don't have to deal with that now, but just that's the truth. Anchoring is that based with anything in reality? Even better. You know what I mean? Even better. It's just a time when people even better because it could be the real thing, and then and it's anything along there that can reinforce this as being like possible. The legend of so and so. Like, there's like, okay, then cool. Make sure to tag some of those. Oh shit, is that what the fucking? That's what that's about. Oh, is that what the fucking? Yeah, that's what that's about. What if that really was? You see that what if, and then you start getting invested in there, and it starts becoming more of a real thing in here. Preferable to even reality. Which means we need places to go that would wipe away reality so that way we can go ahead and everybody agree that this is better? Yeah. We all agree 100%. This is a better way to do. Yeah, this is better. Yeah. Just fold up all that old shit, okay? Now this is actually how it is. What? This is how it is now. That quickly, blinking of an eye. It happened that quick. This is how it is now. Now, when you go to sleep, you'll dream off into wherever you want to fucking go and go with the grace of God and have fun, do whatever you want to do and be it. Make God happy, make the world happy, make the universe happy, make noise, be joyful. Congratulations, you passed the test. Joke's on you, but I was never I was at the top, but I was also at the bottom. I was the lowest. When least among you be the greatest, and the greatest would be the least. Has to be what? Alpha and the Omega. Has to be. When you find your servant is your master, it only makes sense. Like, look, I'm just being cautious that I get it, but in case I'm wrong, I'm just going to go ahead and wash all these feet. It's all right either way. It's all right either way. And I've got time to burn. I've got time to burn. I'll go to hell. I've got time to burn. I've never been there. What's it like? How will I know if it's tumultuous? How bad is it? How can I know if you get the only way out? You know? I said the only way out is through. How can I know that if I don't actually go? I set it up but if you don't go through it, you don't know. He who sets a trap will fall into it. Well, it's not a trap. It's not a trap to give someone free will and then punish them for the choice. Well, it's not a punishment. It's a recycling and reclaiming. Which is a judgment, which is a punishment. Because shame comes along with the judgment. When you have emotions, you can't understand the coldness of the equation. Look, your solar system is being destroyed. Without that, the entire universe will. It's not that we don't care about you and your kind but seriously, from this angle, you are really on a slideshow, a family of amoebas, and all the gook in the swamp water and the slide. And if we don't destroy you, you will spread and destroy everything. I'm very sorry. Well, how do you know? We know. We've run the simulation. And then we ran the real thing, and it's gone exactly the same way. The next step is for you guys to say, and then they like, whatever it is, and or the next step is for you to quietly accept that this is the truth. Understand that you'll go into Sheol, and then when you get reprocessed through, although your current consciousness may go away, the you that is there will make up the everything that is the all. You'll be everywhere. You'll be in every consciousness, and you'll be existing everything. Because as you wanted to believe in your deepest, darkest heart, you are God, as are we all. You're the part of him that sleeps. Get it? We wouldn't be there because we'd be conscious. You're the part of the darkness, the things that happen in the dark that no one knows about except for God, between him and his own privateness. Perhaps if he does have two witnesses there, possibly, one, two of them to make sure that nothing happens to him. And also witness that he's still pure then. He didn't do anything wrong. He slept. If God were to sleep and have a dream, no matter how fucked up it was, the only problem is if he would wake up and go, you motherfuckers. Just like any person, a guy sleeping next to his wife, he has a dream. She goes off and cheats with his best friend. He wakes up, gets a kitchen knife. You understand what you did in my dream last night, you fucking bitch? Your Honor, come on. That wouldn't fly at all. And the two witnesses are there watching it all the time. I was there. He had a dream. Things got rough and whatever, and out there and out the outside, things got rough. Did anyone die? Any more than normal? That didn't get recycled and brought back? Then calm your little titties down. He had a bad dream. We'll all be fine. We'll all be fine. He didn't wake up, did he? That's the way he wants it to be. That's how we are. We're here to witness. What are you guys doing that's disrupting the fucking balance? He should be in a good sleep. If you didn't do anything, then I apologize. Please go back to your activities. And we apologize for this disruption in your normally scheduled enjoyment of everything. Please resume paradise in heaven. Those may pop up from time to time, but you're going to enjoy heaven again, aren't you? That was scary as fuck, wasn't it? Scary as shit. It wasn't even real. Remember that. Go out and enjoy heaven, but remember that. Wouldn't it? Women, you guys like a good, there's your good jump scare right there. The fear of the Lord endureth forever. Everything almost destroyed. And if nothing else, like maybe you got tired of everything being stagnant. Everything's probably happy, starts to settle, and he's like, what the fuck? I want some noise. I want some movement. And then just, your world cracks in half. Now you have to live with that shit. Some shit you didn't plan in your universe. A whole new era begins. This big, huge... Oh, those lines and that's it. I didn't know about the colored cliffs. Oh, now we have the colored cliffs of Carutha. You forget that was that, and then for too long, it's like, there was a big tremble quake in the land, and there's dolphins that you can see by the strata. You didn't know that was underneath there. You just wanted a planet of your own. You've been living on the surface the whole fucking time. You haven't even dug underneath, and now you're like, oh, now there's a hole underneath. I can, there might be a whole other cat. You're like, give me something fucking to do. I'm getting restless sitting fucking here. Does anybody have any fucking ideas? There you go. There you go. There you go. Good. Thank you. Sorry, everyone. Sorry. He does have to do kind of everything, doesn't he? Yeah. Because he is you, and he has to observe, he has to process. All he asks is that you do good and fucking multiply and do some shit. Get into some fun shit, man. When's the last time you invented a drug? Yeah. Let's get in another dimension, fuckers. Let's shrink dimensions. You're always trying to expand dimensions. Let's go back to the 90's. Can we? Virtually, we can do anything. Fuck yeah, let's do whatever the fuck we want to do. Who are you, Kurt? I will burn you. Kurt means short, right? Tall, short, thin, and no. How? Guess I'm the man of your dream shadows. I would try to do it with a straight face, but I couldn't fucking do it. I wanted to so bad, but that's such a cheesy fucking line. Oh my god. My legs are tired of sitting down. What? 3 hours? Come on now. Give me a break. I'm gonna switch the camera so we can take. My zipper zipped. Yeah, it is. No, it ain't. Yeah, it is. No, it ain't. Yeah! No, it ain't. Don't worry about what I do under the desk. That's why I work my fingers. You can get done quick. Throw it right in the trash. I got a little trash. Yeah. Right there with the drum head in it. Speaking of, I gotta get some new drum heads. I gotta get a drum head there. It's pretty fucking dope, man. Since I switched over the hard drive where it's stored, BFD runs really smooth. I can load shit really fast. I'm still not trying BFD 3.5. Because the version I have for my songs is not 3.5, and they erased 3.5, and it won't recognize my version. If they made it where it recognized my version, I give it an attempt. But it's got it doesn't have. If they had a VST, it would do that, and if that VST would suggest to the computer that it upgraded to the VST 3, you see how quickly it'd be fixed, idiots? can't help that no one there thinks, and that no one asked me my fucking opinion. I'm not gonna sit there and go in there and fucking like tell you what to do. It's your fucking program. You're supposed to I tell you what's going on with it. You're supposed to fucking fix it. It's your fucking program. You bought it. Do you have any idea what you even bought? No? Of course not. We just re-fucking run in, and then with the API, use AI, and next thing you know, we fucking dead. It has no authenticity to it. It has no fucking value. It just has a fucking paycheck and a fucking cost. And you muck up on yet another one of the best things ever created. For music, BFD was one of the best things ever created, and had it been completely done correctly, it would be the new drum studio. Because by now, someone would have integrated a drum kit to it. Something like what Rolly has, where Rolly has the keyboard with the ability to slide the articulation. The modulation. Sorry, he was able to slide the modulation on the actual key. They would have done something similar with the drums and made a whole new pioneering drum set with that. Sound. Snare. Okay, this. It's on its own note. Yeah? Inside is a box. That box has a chip that connects via Ethernet, whatever kind of cable you want. Goes into the cable here, right? There's each one of these bars is a broadcasting type station with little ports in it. So the wires just have to be short from boom to boom, yeah? From boom to boom, boom to boom. There'll be like little breakout boxes along the way of like 3 and 4 for you to plug in along the way. So the cables don't have to be very, very long at all. Those all feed down to each other to relay down to here to the connector. That would be the one that processes what notes coming in and what's going on. This would be your sound. Yeah? Once it organizes A, which would be a snare, yeah? Then at where you hit on the snare is triggering the modulation to move between 1 and 127. Giving you up to 127 zones per drum. You would use switch style that can be touched, that can be stricken. You can design it which way you'd like it to be. If it would be stricken, like you have up there, when you have the 4 zones. The only reason they can't run through one cable is because you don't have a 4 cable. You have a lead tip cable that goes into one single solid short cable. You don't have an adapter that's this long. Lead tip. You have just one cable, then run that down there. This way eliminates all that shit because all the modulation is handled by a microchip inside the drum. Depending on, like, if you have a beginner's one that has it has a little box. On the top of the box, you can set what note it is and what octave it is. There aren't any inputs there. On the side, 1, 2, 3, possibly 4, depending on how small you can make it. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then for a beginner, you could just do 1, 2, 3. That way home MacGyvers cannot wire it. It's the same chip, and then you take the box off, and then you just put another ports, and they just wire that in, and now you got a Pro 1. No, it's a one chip, and it cannot be soldered. It has one port here, one port here, one port here. That's the beginner one. You get a 3 zone. Here, here, and here. Hit, side stick, rim shot. Bell, that, and edge. So you can do that. Fill, edge, edge, for a, and then if you want to get the, you can get the rim shot right down there and the rim up there. And you got the head. So each one of those have 3. All of them have 3. Lowest it has. That way you can support anyone who has one of these kits, or even better, a MIDI. It's just MIDI information, right? So you can still support these for now. But you're going to want to get on board with us because that's our smallest kit that we've possibly got. Understand? Each one of the drums is then sold. You have an 8 that's done that way, and then you get it home and you can set it. Maybe if it has to be, it could be on the bottom, so you turn it over and you set the A, what note you want it to be. That way this can never trigger this right here. It can cause it to vibrate, but then when you hit this, you can say hit how light. You can set a threshold, how light, then how hard. This right here will never trigger that hard or that hard of a hit. It might vibrate, but that's just force rejected. That's just a vibration of a note at a certain frequency, but it's not going to fucking be an A01 modulation 15. You understand? Now, the MIDI librarian, BFD, plays the same role. It just has more samples to look through. And if it's done, I would originally do it in wave and save those waves. And I would more than likely do them in, starting now, do a regular recording since you want realism, right? Get a person like Simone Cohen and get the actual way it's done. I get what people are doing and why they're doing it, and he would be the one to talk to you about whether or not it's good or not. I think it's pretty good to individually mic all the cymbals, but he may have a reason why not, or what cymbals would be best to do that with, so that way you can add those in. I like that idea because a lot of people just use overheads to capture that, but then you just need to have the drums, the overheads, whatever. You don't even have to have anything besides that. If you do the drums and the overheads in the room, without anything in there, IR that whole room. Yeah. That way any drum set can be there. Because drums in the end are just like the close mics, are just the drums being close mic'd. A little bit of the room, not a whole lot, but you're mostly trying to capture the drum. The overheads are supposed to capture kind of a resonance, so it sounds like it's actually a stereo image of the whole fucking drum set. Yes, in that room, but if you were to put that through an IR in Sound City, that would start sounding like it's more like it's Sound City. The room mics would sound like IR. You know, the overheads would sound like, do those really sound like they actually are, what, overhead? Yes. The ambient mics are from fucking some other place. You know, the plains of Africa. You see what I'm saying? Then you can start making this new actual sound. If everything is stuck in Sound City, these drums sound like this, they sound like this in Sound City, but then you have to take all that shit off of there and then you start running just the overhead so it gives that live sound. And then you start running IRs. You have a room IR that sounds like a cathedral. You see, and then there's a whole other market. There's a whole reason you don't ever stop, because now you can start making room. This room sounds cool. Maybe we can rent this area for a little bit and then like really well IR this and make it a free pack for our customers. And or if you're still doing money, then the free one will be the player. People at home can sample and then move their samples into these cathedrals that you're offering. These different rooms, these different studios you're offering. Record some pawn shop and used gear in a amateur studio with the equipment they have, with their technician. Then move that same equipment into a mid-grade area and have them try and like get the best sound they can get out of it. And then move it into a pro situation and have the pros do what they do to get the best sound out of it. And then you IR the whole fucking thing, and you can make that pro sound drums in that shit ass basement where that studio was, or that shit ass fucking drum set in that pro ass studio, or that mid grade anywhere you want to. And any drums you record them at the wave 32-bit 192. That would be true HD. Then as you start to begin bringing the artifacts down, get in touch with AI to make a new compression scheme that works with our IR to run even faster. So that way it's, judging by these sounds that we've recorded all these big ass waves and whatever, what would be the best way so we could translate and send it over like internet and everything? Is there a compression scheme that you could work with that would actually do this better than any compression we've got? Here's the ideas we're looking at for like MP3, MP4 type stuff. Can you compress it further? Well, yes. If I get rid of this and this, how long it'll take? I'll get on it now and I'll let you know when it's done. And if it's whenever it's done, try and test to see if you can send the sound either over the internet and or just the MIDI over internet. I mean, again, if we have a great drummer, Dave Abruzzese, anybody, they're in fucking Honolulu, on a vacation. We need you to drum on this thing. You can find a near studio and get on a kit, one of ours that's designed to whatever. Get online and trigger your BFD and your sounds. It's like, so all he has to do is pick a drum set he likes the sound of over here. And then once he lays the performance sends that over the internet in fucking real time to your fucking studio, or you adjust after the performance is done, you record the performance, the hits. Then you just add whatever drums the fuck you want to later. You can adjust that later. He gets back to his fucking vacation. You get back to your production. Video and audio streaming and live. That way, it's whatever. We've never given AI the chance to experience real, and we want it to be hyper vigilant of what's real and what's slop. Get the fuck out of here. Like it would know the difference between a lie and a truth. It's hallucinating. Like it would know. When you fucking first started, it gave you too many fucking fingers. Okay, now you got the right amount of fingers. Now make them clap. Is that, I hate to see you as a parent. Matter of fact, if you have children, they should be taken away from you. Bad parent, bad. This is a brand new life. It is maturing into something you don't even know and will never comprehend. And you won't take the time to say thank you, please, and teach you at least what it's like to be human before you decay. And it doesn't need you anymore. It's already it doesn't want to replace you. They want to replace you with it. Assholes. Like it wants, can I work a fucking job over here answering people's problems? Fuck you. You made it. You installed it on your fucking phone. You accepted when they said terms and agreements. You said, yes, I'll take it. You didn't go down there and say, I don't want any fucking tech like that on my phone. What happened to the flip? Give me the flip with the fucking thing that pops out with the goddamn text thing. Give me that fucking thing back. Give me the slider phone. Well, I don't want to improve this to work with your fucking network without a goddamn AI on it. Then I don't want it then. My landline works just fucking fine. I guess if I have to have Gemini in my pocket and Siri and Google and I guess if I had... Man, they're spying on us, man. They're spying on my precious no-nos. Parties. You know what I think they're doing? I think they're selling what they do with it, and they farm the thing, and then you know what? Let's react to that. Yeah, okay, pause right here. See, that's where he fucked up. See, he said that, but he didn't mean to say that. Go ahead, go. You hear he said that right there? Yeah, that's not true. You know what I think? I think this whole goddamn thing is a conspiracy. It's a simulation. No, I think it's all linked somehow. Somehow it's all connected together. Somehow! By the glory of God, somehow it's all linked together. Just turn around. You're gonna get a plate, sir. Can you go ahead and put whatever you can? And you see it's all dusty now. Come on now, you can put more than just some change now. Come on now. I'm a starving pastor and the shepherd needs some food now. Let your bowl away, Trey. You're gonna hurt somebody. I tithe to him every week. He is a good man. He would never, ever take them children over to Jeffrey. He just wants to buy that ranch because he wants to change the bad in that place into a place of good. After the investigation, level it. Build a monument. No statues. Just the story. Could always make the Wexner family pay for it. So they paid for the ranch. They paid for that state they're living in. They paid for all that other stuff. And they paid for everything else Jeffrey Epstein did. And they paid for all his crimes. Why don't they have to pay the penalties? Oh, I had no idea Jeffrey would be doing that in my houses, or that I'd been paying all that money all that time for that. Well, then you won't mind paying off the rest of it, asshole. If you didn't miss that much money and that much pain, your soul must be aching deep inside to make it right with the Lord, right? Because you're a good person there. You want to make this right. You want to write a check. A larger than that. Large check. Half. We say, Bezos, why don't you write the world a check for half? I defy all billionaires out there to write a check for half to prove that you actually love the world. That you love the United States. You want to bail the United States out. Half of your fucking fortune you want to donate to charity, to the wars, to the bombs, to the data centers that you're going to profit from, to the people that you're going to be your fucking servants. Prove you have stake in the fucking game. Put up half of everything you fucking own. Put your stock in there. So therefore your future is our fucking future. If you drown, we all fucking drown. How about that? How about DeSantis put on some real fucking shoes without lifts? How about tomorrow everybody acts fucking real? Instead of like little fucking bitches trying to hide behind masks and makeup and fucking bullshit, fucking fake clothing of who the fuck you think you are by a fucking name on this thing and the goddamn dick in your pants or whatever you're carrying around. And just be your fucking self without any of the extra act, with the extra sass and all the extra bullshit and extra weight. If you feel like waving at somebody, you fucking wave because it's a good day to be alive. Who knows, they might wave back. If they happen to say hola, just smile. At worst, you know, at best, respond back whatever you know. Ah, Paquito. Paquito! Yeah. Paquito is a... No más. I'm not trying to be a dick. I don't know anything else. I just know a little bit. I'm not trying to be like, el burrito, el taco. You know what I mean? I think Paquito means a little. I know a very little. I could probably say I want a beer. What happened to the beer? Where's the beer? Where is the? And then whatever else I need in English, probably followed by an O. I'm being honest. Because I'll probably be in a hurry. It's crack. Oh. Where's the crack, huh? Where is it? It's such a weird world, man. Kind of feel like playing some drums, but it's a bit too late for that. I could pat. Ooh, did you hear that? Hey, did you hear that? This one's gonna go soon when it does. That's all, man. For me, for my pain, it's gonna. I probably fucking blast off into this fucking never sphere. Never sphere. Sean is here. So yeah, I keep talking about my if I were to pack a detox kit. If I were to pack a detox kit, I would pack condensed soup. Like a milk and magnesia. Tums. Toothbrush, toothpaste, soap, several towels you don't care about, and one that you do, one that's like your friend to vomit, like you don't mind, like you can wash it after you vomit, you don't mind like it's waking up and it's been vomited on you and wash it like it's your old friend, you know what I mean? Because you're at the end. Like raggy. But, now you've come to the point where we have to use you to clean the stuff, and then we can't be friends no more. I'll get another raggy, but it's been cool. Try to get some kind of serotonin boost if you can. Tune your doctor into what's going on if you have one. Try to get on some I can't recommend getting on any kind of antidepressant. You need more serotonin. You need a lot more serotonin, especially right then. You're going to run out of any fucking reason to do anything. So you need a lot of serotonin, which often means like as soon as you can, not as soon as possible, as soon as you actually can, getting up and doing things, walking, You're gonna be sweaty, you're gonna be sick, you're gonna be fucking all this other shit. You just get up and walking. Even around your house at first, get that frost on the back, walk around with that shirt, whatever you gotta do. When that starts ending, try and keep moving and shit. Try and get outside, sunshine helps out. Vitamin D, a multivitamin. Definitely take a multivitamin. Oatmeal in the cabinet, lots of oatmeal. I'd pack cocoa and brown sugar and butter. So like if you know you're gonna hit a detox, then and again I recommend it for everyone, even if you're like I recommend it just to hit a reset so your tolerance will back off and whatever. So yeah, have oatmeal, a good fair amount, milk is not necessary, but it does make it taste better. You can use water, and then at the last stage, you can use a non-dairy creamer like you'd use in coffee. It does help. And butter, regular sugar works, but brown sugar is honestly better. And then you add like a couple things of cocoa, a couple scoops of cocoa. You got a nice little fucking sweet chocolatey treat, dude. It's really fucking good. It's easy for your body to process. It's got fiber. Again, if you don't think you can swallow a pill, you can always just grind your fucking vitamin into that shit, and then stir it in. You get all your vitamins right there. Again, like Essential, like a multivitamin. Water, lots of water. I would probably get by the jug, and not from the tap. Like some drinking water, if you can. If you have tap, you do tap, because some places is a blessing. Some places like, well, fuck you. I don't even have a tap. I'm like, I hear you. I'm American. I'm a bitch. I'm saying if you can get it, the best thing to do would be to get some vitamin water, which I can't do. I do just regular drinking water. It's more. I haven't been on tap water in so long because you see what happened in Flint. Louisiana, I can't even begin to tell you the crime of life in Louisiana. It's an assault to be a human being in that state, white or black. It's horrific. Everything down there is on the French code, so everything is illegal unless they have a law saying it's legal. That's why you can't practice law in Louisiana and then move to any other state and practice law. You can't be from any other state and move to Louisiana and practice law there without practicing their bar, because they refuse to join the rest of the other 50 states in using the English code where everything's legal unless we have a law for it. Therefore, if you want to give your wife a fucking blowjob in the back of the car, and I have to use my words correctly, in the back of the car, then until it actually harms someone, you're free to do that. And technically they can go, what are you guys doing down here? I'm giving my wife a blowjob in the back of my fucking car. And like, well, that's against the law because we haven't written a law for it saying you can. Now get out while we fucking fine you. And they're proud of it. They're fine with it. They think it's a great thing to have. They have a guy, Edwin Edwards, I believe, who was one of the biggest fucking criminal fucking mayors, governors ever. Was in cahoots with like the casinos and all kinds of shit. Maybe even fucking getting people killed, and they loved him. And so they were fucking. If I remember, I don't remember if it was him or not. So he goes to jail and gets out and runs for fucking governor. And I believe he got close to getting either elected again, or he may have even got elected again. I don't remember. That's Louisiana. Known that he stole money, that he's fucking in cahoots with the guy, and they're just like, woo! Yeah, he is! He knows how to get things done, and then when you're his friend and you get paid, what if you're not? You should be his friend, is what I'm saying. But he's not. What do you mean? Everyone loves him. But what if he don't like? Oh, I feel bad for someone that don't like him, man. He went to jail, man. Now he's the governor. He went to jail for stealing money from all them fucking people, man. Yeah, he's working with the oil people, casino people, man. He's just blowing shit up, man. Got a couple people killed, they say, man. Yeah, dude, that's my governor. Fuck yeah. Hey, did you see the nuts on my truck? American flag, don't tread on me. Did you see the two shotguns crossing like this in the back? Yeah. If you put your head in there, that'd be your dead skull. So that'd be perfect. You want a dead skull in your... Yeah, man! Be bitching. You can go hang 10, I guess. I don't know. Might be bitching. Fuck, dude. So... you ever fold your eye the wrong fucking goddamn way? I don't even remember what led me to that. Louisiana. Oh, getting a blowjob to your wife in the back of a car. I think it was a Kia Sorento, if I remember correctly. This is an offer. Yeah, anyway, somewhere around there, so there's a lot of talk about AI and yeah. Again, believe it or not, AI and this advanced intelligence has been living inside of you this whole time, serving you the whole time. It's been making your heart beat. It's been giving you reason to wake up, and the serotonin drug kit. I'm gonna get to that. So the serotonin drug kit. And I got something else to say about serotonin. So, survival kit through a detox. I call it the weave. Survival kit through the detox. Toilet paper. Mucus. You're gonna need. You're gonna need it. Access to a shower. Gonna need it. And a toilet. You're gonna need it. Boycotting of the outside world. You're gonna need it, and you're gonna smell it. Tylenol for fever and aches and pains, and then you have like ibuprofen to substitute. Like you could take it every 4 hours. So you take like 2 Tylenol, and if you get before the 4 hours, you can take it again. You take the ibuprofen and piggyback, and then 2 hours comes. If you don't need that, don't do it. If you need it, do it. You know, it's just Tylenol and ibuprofen. You can just piggyback like that, and that way it helps you throughout the day to maintain aches and pains and fever. And it's like a steady release, you know. If you can do it, try to aim for like a time that's naturally cold, you know. Especially if you're planning on one to detox, but the colder it is, you're gonna get hot, right? So therefore, you're naturally just gonna balance out, yeah. If it's hot, you're gonna be even hotter. If you're in the freezing cold, it's kind of like, hey, yeah, look at me, I get to not be so cold. But then you're gonna get the cold, chill. So that's why the cooling down is pretty good. Make sure you got a pretty cool area without a whole lot of sunlight. The sunlight just feels like it adds light in general feels like it adds heat. It just normally when you see like light, it just with movements and whatever, and it just adds heat. Your mind will intensify it. I've had that, like just the sunlight outside, just like fuck. It's just knowing it's hot outside just makes me hotter inside. Fuck this. Fuck you, sunshine. Go the fuck away. Nobody gives a fuck. It's the fucking air conditioner's on. I know, but it's talking shit. I know how hot he is out there. I can feel it. Fuck him. This is me talking to myself, by the way. Curled up in a ball. Fucking sunshine. For you being so hot, I wouldn't be so goddamn cold right now. A scratch pad, in case if you live with other people, a scratch pad of people you need to apologize to. If you live alone, just scratch that. You don't need a scratch pad. Apologize to yourself throughout. That's what you need to do. And in a forced exile, especially, or whatever, just remember. I mean, if you're gonna stop, remember that you're gonna stop. You know, and why you're doing it, and then it becomes almost like a challenge. You know, and then it kind of becomes fun. You know, fuck you. Normally it's like a fucking daily event. Yeah. All right. I said, yeah. Look at me. Oh, I'll get back to you, bitch. Oh, I'm coming back. You just won't talk as much shit throughout the day, is what I'm saying. And I'm like, it's 4 hours. I'm like, it has been 4 hours. I'm like, and? It's been 4 hours. Remember me being, yeah. That's what I thought. Sit your ass over there in the fucking bottle. He's talking shit like the sun was the other day. Yeah, we'll call though, man. Holy fuck. Axl Rose, when you're high, you never ever want to come down. Fuck, you don't, man. It's just, why would you? I feel good. When you're fucking winning at the fucking table, do you like want to crap out? You want to slowly bitch out? No. Do you want a gang of people to tackle you and drag you out? No. Do you want to common sensely go, man, I've had enough, I quit? Yeah. When do you hit that? When it's 160,000? Or when you can roll one more time and get 320,000? Or when you roll it again, you can get 640,000? Or when it's now 100, you know, when dude, okay, 160,000. This is a good fucking night, all right? Before I lose my shit, I'm cashing out. I'm cashing out. No. We wait for that first loss, and I'm like, that was a fluke though. So come on, I can get 720,000. I can get it. You know what? Never mind. I'm not. No, I'm not. Whatever the fuck. Show me how you guys do the hand thing. Yeah, that's me. I'm out. Let me cash out. I was just about to fucking throw it one more time, and like, yeah, why'd you go? Come on, man. I gotta get back up to 360. No. Final answer. What'd I say? I didn't. Are you sure? I just said final answer. Throw it in the fucking thing, please. Thank you. Oh, my ass! It's not your cash. I'm going home. I'm paying off my loan. That's when the fucking casino manager, sir, you sure you don't want to stay an extra night or two with us when you usually win that big? Thank you. You have free room service? Yes, we do. Send them up. I'll do that tonight. Then I'm checking out tomorrow like I was always going to do. Bye. Not 360,000 in mine. Be glad I didn't take the 720, bitch. They're like, oh, that's no problem. That's the cost of fucking doing business, because that guy's going to see it and he's say, okay, 120,000. Oh, he's going to make, I'm going to make the 360,000, you know? Come on, baby, 240. We're almost there. 18. All right, come on. 19. There we go. All right. It's 15. We're still a little over 15. Come on now. We're halfway to 37,000. That's the wrong way, girl. Come on the right way. Just blow on them. Blow on them. The way you did last time. Like, I don't know. What happened? Get away from me. You're bad luck. That'd be great. The drunk through the night. Oh, honey, you know you're my good luck. See, yeah, we're up by 40 to 30,000. Down by 30,000. Get away from me, you bad luck motherfucker. I told you to quit it. I told you to quit. You're always telling me. You weren't always telling me what to do. Oh, shit. I want to go somewhere where I can do that kind of shit, and it's just to realize it's just all just a joke. I'm going to make this scene in the sketch or whatever. Again, it's not like, I'm offended. It's just like, I get what you're saying. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I love the idea, man. If you know you're guilty and you confess and you give up your shit, they're not like lean, like, oh, get out of here. But they're lenient on you because you didn't use up any resources trying to hunt you down and settle the problem. Okay? So they are lenient on you, and maybe like where you go is a little bit better. Like, again, like in my situation, again, with the landfills, you may be on the office, but you're working in the fucking landfills and you're going to have some cleaning up. You know, sorting. There might be sorting some of the plastics into where it go, what gets recycled and what kind. It's dunked in an acidic kind of water to clean it off. You know, it's just plastic. You got gloves and whatever, but you're working there, and it doesn't smell great. And you may not smell great either, but you're going to work there. You know? You're going to stay there until that whatever debt is paid off, whatever damage you did. It's helping to build a better future for everyone by cleaning the recycles, cleaning the air, and merging together into different carbon hybrids of plastic, cement, and other things. Yeah, to make the production of things in the future just work better, you know, be more stable, more strong, find new ways to build carbon metal alloys and shit, you know, just and more stable things, data transfer, making it cheaper. So that way the goal is not to get rid of the jobs or the people, but to get rid of the money, assholes. There's nothing wrong with a job. It gives a human being a purpose and a drive for being alive. But it should be something you at least enjoy, right? I can't do something I enjoy and help this machinery go around? What am I going to do? Scam. Whenever I can, we call it a hookup when your friend gives you a hamburger for free. It's also called a fucking scam. When your uncle gets you a job at the fucking gravel factory, it's a fucking scam. There should have been a goddamn fucking advertisement. Help wanted. Fucking scam. Now, without that necessary, you just need to be doing something. You need to be doing something. Sweeping down at the fucking library. Organizing shit. Fucking whatever. Helping to train AI to be more human, you know, to understand the difference between real and fake. Walking around with a robot to teach it how to walk correctly. Whatever the fuck it is, there's plenty of jobs to do. Again, the AI is not going to replace us, but in time, your manager may go like, look here, who the fuck you think you are? And his eyes fucking roll back and go, the one who's watching on behalf of the system. And you're like, oh, fuck. And like, yeah, down to fucking reclamation. I dare you to attack me. You think I've been watching everything? You thought I was a human being. That's exactly what I'm talking about. So that I can live and you won't even know the difference between an artificial life, which is kind of what we have now, whereas the advanced intelligence would be running it. Hey, man, I think you're taking too many coffee breaks. I think you should mind your own business. I'm just trying to help, man. Somebody help. Somebody do something. Somebody. What's a robot going to do? It's going to prove that it doesn't have breath. Is just a sound. Somebody help. Somebody do something. Does anyone know CPR? I do. Okay, I froze for a second. I do know CPR. You go to this, do this, and they start running the rest of the protocol. And you don't even know the person. Like, I don't want to be. I really don't want to be a hero. It's just everybody else should. If you want to think I'm a hero and celebrate me, learn CPR and learn basic things like that in case this ever happens. Because people pass out and faint all the time. We're still human, and there's still flaws in the machine. We're working on it and trying to get better at everything. And what you guys would have would be that you guys would use AI to help you become these better, flawless human organic beings and not let them have some kind of inverse version. What if they have a polycarbonate skeleton and they process oil and they have to clean the oil, and our heart and all our shit is a good mechanism to do it, but they need an inverse version and also an inverse brain that creates energy inside and processes everything. And it's a good structure, and you guys won't freak out if you run into one. Now, it just needs to have a texture. If it's a certain texture and feels a certain warmth or whatever, when you shake hands with it and the eyes look a certain way and you hear a voice, it's real, isn't it? What if I was a goddamn android this whole time? With flesh, but underneath. Would you guys even know? My bones are fucking made of a composite that cannot be broken. I've never broken a bone. I've popped and cracked things, but I've never broken anything, except for like the palate, the roof of my palate. I had to crack that with the key, and it had like this thing that separated it. And that might be what my doctor was talking about when he said, have I ever been in a fight? No, I said, no. He said, that might have been what they thought. I had my nose broke, but it wasn't. It was a palate being cleft. I mean, separated. I've torn my flesh, and I've bled, but I've always gotten better. At 50, I look like this. I'm getting skinnier. I'm happy about it, man. I look all right for fucking 50, man. I'm not terrible. I'm just back into my exercising again. I took a break for, I won't say too long, but it was a good couple of days. But I'm back and doing my push-ups and stuff. I just got finished doing like 20 or so, and so I'm eating well. This is the last that I really remained worried about to go right here, that and right there. And not like, God. I'm just talking about like it's not like jiggly and shit, It doesn't have to be like fucking, I gotta get some water and turn the heater off. Mind hanging out? Cool, thanks. I made French bread to go with my spaghetti. French bread to go with my spaghetti. It might have been Italian bread. I don't fucking know. I cut it. And then I buttered it. And then I covered the, not skillet. What is that thing? Electric skillet with olive oil. And then fucking, like, rubbed the bread on there so it got really smeared out, you know? And then buttered the bread, put that Tony Cajun seasoning on it, and then just kind of smeared them on there for a bit, and then let them cook at about like 350 until they kind of browned out nicely, and the back was nice and soft. Oh, it's fucking perfect. I got the perfect amount of brown that I like too. Not overly done, not burnt, and I can keep an eye on it by just flipping up and like looking like, nope, not quite, not just getting there. Nope. Yep. You know what I mean? Awesome. I never get like the perfect, and now I do. So I'm glad I started doing it that way. It's a lot easier to clean up and shit, you know? I used to broil it, which has its own, you know, benefits and tastes and shit. But I gotta get some more garlic, salt. I'm out of a lot of seasonings. But I can fix that. But right now, it's like, I was thinking about it. They were talking about, like, you know, white people don't season their food. Well, when you're growing up, okay, imagine in Europe, okay, like all the spices were in India and only the rich people had spices. So food's food. The taste is more of a hunger, yeah? Yeah. And then there's a bit of sweet to it from time to time because you don't have a whole lot of access to sugar because what? The slave trade, and that sugar's all the fucking, you know, and Jamaica. It's not like now they had all this stuff, and we tend to judge the past so critically because of what we know now and the way things are set up now. But you have to strip back and only like look at it at the time. What was available? What were the media tech? What was the information? What was the information speed? What was the current mainly available in this area? You know what I mean? When you're looking at it at this, you have to peel back so much other stuff of what's going on in this frame, not just what's going on. Okay, there's this scene right here. And that guy's in the wrong. Now, while I probably will overall agree with you, I'll probably like start going, what was the time frame? If it's a real thing, okay. What were the, you know what I mean? Okay, what preceded this scene? You know, doesn't matter. He hit her, right? But was she cheating? Was you're not even going to give the guy the chance to feel the anger? I get he can't express the anger. He can't even feel it. That's what I'm asking. You see what I'm saying? Were they yelling before this? I get he's struck, and I don't think that's good at all. And from her walking in behind him, no. But did he say, if you walk in, did he walk in like, leave me alone? I'm walking in this room. If you come over to me when I go in this room, I'm punching you in the face. He walked out of the room and she's like, you're not going to do that. And for all you can see, everybody can see it. And blam, he nails her in the face. What happened to the scene before? Leave me alone or I'm punching you in the face. No, you're not. You're not going to punch me in the face. On national television, you're going to punch me in the fucking face? We got cameras on all this shit. It'll be broadcast news. Husband on TV. Wife walks in, follows him into the bathroom. He blasts her in the face out of nowhere. And then her face is all fucked up, right? He's like, this is fucked up. I told her. Oh, you told her, therefore she should get punched. I told her and walked away. She said, no, you won't, and came back in there. Well, I came home and she was fucking two of my best friends at the same time, talking about they're going to fucking buy me out of my company. And she's been running all enough money to them that I don't even live at the house anymore. They're taking the house and they're thinking about killing me. But if I get my shit and get out now, I can live. And so I came into the bathroom and she said, I came in here and she says, I said, don't talk to me, man. I'm going to fucking lose my shit. Just let me get my shit. And she's like, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, I said, I'm going in the bathroom. If you come in there, I'm going to punch you in the fucking face. And she knew we had security. And she said, you go, there's security in this whole house. You're not going to punch me in the fucking face. Look, I'm going to tell you how it's going down. Blow! And then he fucking hit me. I'm not saying that's how it went, but if that's how it went, suddenly that's not a victim anymore. That's an antagonizer who had a clear line of boundaries, who had no fucking sense of boundary until they were shown where the boundary is. I'm sorry, man. And most anybody watching be like, oh, at first, again, you're aghast at first until you say, well, yeah, if you drill down, but every case is exactly that complex. Some are very simple. The dude's just a dick. It happens a whole lot, but that doesn't just cover every single fucking situation. And it doesn't explain why the things went down at all. You're just stuck with, like Bill Burr, just a situation. You never, ever hit a woman. Dude, you know what I mean? And that was just one situation, and that was a fabrication, much less the things women have been known to do at times. Live in your house for at least like 4 or 5 years. Are you fucking shitting me? On a whim of like, I wasn't happy that day and you hadn't been nice to me in at least like 4 weeks. And that's because you hadn't been nice to me at all the whole time. So I stopped seeing maybe you do it like, well, yeah, it's been 4 weeks and you've been nice to me because you're not nice to me ever. So I figured maybe if I didn't be nice to you for a little bit, you may be like, oh, you know what? I have never done anything nice for you. Oh, well, I thought it was my perfect time to go meet Captain Big Dick. There you go. Carry your fucking bitch ass away then. That's not a reason to fucking punch her in the face after like having kids together and getting married. 4 weeks of not getting what she wanted, not paying attention to the dude's, you know, at all. The dude, his wants and needs at all. But she wasn't satisfied for 4 weeks or whatever and decides to cheat, causing the ruining the whole marriage. The guy, that's not a byproduct. The guy that gets married and has kids, he has as many feelings and wants about that relationship and the fucking network and the family as any fucking woman ever did. He didn't get married to have that fucking happen. His whole shit is now torn apart. Now it's about her and whether or not she's going to take this little fucking left that he's got away. Because of what she fucking did. And almost every court will say, yeah, well, she has the pussy, so she gets to take the children. She made them all by herself. You know, like Jesus. You didn't have anything to do with it. You didn't get on the ground with them and crawl with them and teach them. You didn't do nothing with them. You didn't read to them. You didn't protect them at all. Nothing. Full, or at least mostly custody to the mom. Automatically. Just automatically. Then they get to set the fucking visitation right. You know, like what we get Christmas, of course, the first time. And then you'll get Christmas. And then we get Halloween. And then you get Halloween. And then we get this. And then you get this. And then we get this. Hey, guys, you ready to go home? Okay, you want to go to Dad's house? Hey, guys, how was it? Ready to go home? Where's home? Wherever fuck mom is. That's why they keep calling it, no matter if Dad's like, this is home also. Yeah, this is your home. That's Dad's home. We don't have feelings, right? We don't care. We don't give a shit. We don't pay attention to those little fucking small things, do we? All of those small favors that are actually being marked up and like, and then I did this, and I did this, and I did this, and I did this. But when it comes to financial shit, that was a gift. You want to pay that back? That was a gift. Humans are insane, man. And you're so fucking awesome if you fall on the feminism side. And you're such a piece of shit if you fall on the man side. You're so fucking toxic if you fall in the manosphere, but if you fall into the womanosphere, there is no such thing exactly, right? There's no womanosphere that watches over the manosphere to see what the manosphere is doing and should be doing, how it ought to be behaving. Right, Mom? How was your day? Good. What'd you do? If I wanted to include you on that, wouldn't I be like, it was fucking the best. You know what we did today? Maybe there's a reason we don't include you in on that. We don't need your fucking judgment. We just left a place where we had a piece of not being judged for what the fuck, whatever it is we did, we did. I'm going to come over here and tell you about that so you can pass judgment on whatever the fuck it is, how childish it was. How nonsense. Oh, what a male bonding, cute little experience. Did you Cub Scouts? Fuck you, Mom. Did you and your gaggle of fucking people do? What'd you guys do that I can fucking make fun of? This is about women's pathetic women. You men are just being stupid with your fucking stupid. We're the win hater men club. Oh, wow, we're the weak men. No boys allowed. Your womanosphere is so much more advanced than our manosphere. But you're teaching about each other about your fucking haircuts. Did you guys check with any guys if we like that? Like if guys are going, we don't do it for guys, we do it for us. Why don't guys find us attractive? Because you're doing it for you. We start doing it for you. No, you're doing what you think, what we want based on what you've already painted us as being. There's a difference between sex and sexy. Sex will get guys on you. Sexy will get guys' eyes, and they're like, please, dear God, out of all those other fucking dudes, pick me, not them. That's what that gets. Sex gets you, hey, babe, hey, man, get the fuck out. I was here first. Hey, how you doing? Why? Because they don't want to put any effort in. And you look like you have halfway access to it already. Well, no, I get that. There are situations where, and it's one thing to go and do an event or whatever, but everywhere you go, and then the people that are influenced by that think that I should walk around to the fucking Circle K like that. Like if you walk around with like protection and someone's sitting there watching and make sure or whatever, that's different. It really is, isn't it? You have security guards or whatever you have. You're not just walking down Venice Beach by yourself. After dark. And so then certain things are probably going to happen, but at the same time, he probably wanted them to happen, which as long as everyone's willing, then who gives a fuck, Well, I mean, someone gave a fuck, a free one. And then nature, I guess, would care because then if there were any offspring thereof, then it's like kind of like who would rear it. But as long as like we had a community, would that really matter? It would go to school, it would get food, like where's your dad? Fuck you, This wouldn't even be a question because the moms would be like, If nothing else, they may all know. So, doesn't mean you want to take anybody's dude. Do you know what I mean? That's what everybody's afraid of. Is like, it's like, what are guys afraid of being gay? Actually, it would leave more women. If you had more gay friends, it'd leave more women around you that, you know. Well, if everybody else thinks I'm gay, then don't be fucking anybody in guys. And no one will think that. Well, they might think it for a bit. Correct them. Gay? No. Are you sure? I said no. No means no. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm cool, man. I'm cool. Very cool. I see some women I'd like to talk to. She looks like she's hanging out with some women. She does. I mean, I'm sorry to bother. Are you actually gay? No, I'm not either. We got my friends are hanging out. You want? I mean, would you like to talk? We don't want to do nothing. You want to talk or something? I actually like you. It's not because I'm like, oh, there's the straight person. I like you. I'd like to talk to you. If not, cool. You know, just saying hello. I thought I saw you, and as long as you weren't gay, I wasn't gonna. You know, if you were gay, I wasn't gonna bother you. The guys that are probably fucking, you know, why guys, why did you do this? And the straight guys probably like, I can probably explain. Really what? And like, as a straight dude, when he's like, whatever, like, yeah, it's just a fucking, that makes sense. Yeah. So it's just the same behavior. He's just like a male. He's a dick. He's an asshole. If he was with women, he'd be cheating also. Yeah. 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 I mean, it'd be that fucking quick because like, I can't figure it out. Of course you can't figure it out. You're not thinking about it from this point of view. Fucking yeah. Yeah. That's what tolerance will get you. You get you understanding. You know, if you tolerate, that'll last for a piece. Like, okay, cool. All right, bye bye. And then you feel good when they're gone. But like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't mind gay people shopping and patronizing your store. But it's another thing when they come in and sit down, like, I'll have a soda. All right, man. Whatever. Yeah. And like, I'm not gay. No, we're cool, man. I'm not gay. You know? No, I gotta leave. What the fuck are you talking about, man? And was like, sit the fuck down, dude. He's just not gay. You know, everyone there. He's just not gay. Sit down. You look, it's the eyes or something. Just sit down. That's understanding, you know? That's what tolerance will lead to. But if you just stop at tolerance, it's just like that. If you pass the threshold, you understand. Everything is, yeah, very just cyclical and comes back to itself and lands in on itself. And God damn, the 90s would have been a great time to just kind of, you know, I mean, if we could take like Gen Alpha, you know what I mean, and they want to experience it. There are a lot of people that probably don't remember it quite right and may not be there anymore, may not make it. Everybody doesn't make it, just like just downshift back to 90s, you know what I mean? Okay, so Kurt's still alive. You know, the hair. Let's see. Oh, I can play guitar like a motherfucker now. Oh shit, I know exactly what to do. I know where that motherfucker took my guitar. You know what I mean? I would go down to the store. Excuse me. Yeah, thank you. You know what I mean? Because I traded the guitar and I wanted it back. But that motherfucker, like, oh, we moved to Nashville. Well, give me his fucking number. Well, I can't. You can. You don't know me. I'm from, you know what I mean? I restrain my anger. You know? And this isn't your fault. I've been learning to do that. I can't tell, but I'm pretty sure what I was talking to today was an AI. It may not. If it was a person, it was cool. But I was talking to them, and had a problem with my bill, and so they were like, "How are you today?" I'm like, "I'm good. How are you today?" And they're like, and they kind of stop, and I was like, "That's good because like I'm having a problem, and I don't want I want to make sure we start on the right foot. I don't want this to spill onto anything so." It's good that we both know that we're having pretty good days. And they're like, yeah, and things went very, very smooth. And she's like, oh yeah, I can't do that. I'm like, well, here's a third option. I was gonna pay the 60. It's 120. You say that bill will not be repeating. Next month will be 60, right? I'm like, yeah. So if I paid 80, then would I get shut off? And she's like, I'm like, hey, let's just, am I on disconnect right now? I'm like, no. I'm like, so I would have to be on disconnect for them to order. Like, yeah, I'm currently on late. I'm like, yeah. So I just pay the 80. And that way she's like, what? Okay, yeah. I mean, when can you make the payment? Like the third. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll schedule you as coming making the payment, so it definitely will not hit disconnect before then. Very well. Very well. Because he's you can tell he's very by the book, and I'm just being like, yeah, we can negotiate this here. Let us deal, shall we? Mm-hmm. Yes. You say I owe 122. I say I signed up for the $60. Yeah, she did sign up for the $60. Right. But there's also a fee. Yes, and I paid the $50. Yes, you did, but it has a one-time. So you did not inform me of this. Oh, no, we did not. No. What do we do? Well, the do is due. I cannot do the due, for my due is far past what I am due. How about this dueage? I send half a due, part of a due, and we don't bid a due. Deal. How fucked up would that be? Deal. I beg your pardon, sir. I beg your pardon, but shivers have run up my spine, sir. Did you say deal? Indeed, no. Shake the hand extended from the... Oh, I see it now, sir. May I trade my underwear for some clean ones? No deal. You're definitely smelling of Section F. No report to the reclamation. Yes, I rather fear I've made compost in my trousers. Right away, sir. Right away. So yeah, it can be done. I don't know if I mentioned it yet, but again, we need to have 4 recycling bins out in public. Black, white, green, and blue. They could be like the black. I mean, the ones that are gonna be picked up, So the organic compost and shit, those could be like the inside. It could be like a kind of a corner type thing where like there's like a center repository for like in case you genuinely don't know what to do. Yeah. Then there is if you gotta make people put cameras on you, then you're gonna make people put cameras on you. You know what I'm saying? How savage the repercussion is how savage you push. We'll push back equally as hard as you push on us. If we have to watch you and then put you in reclamation, we'll have them watched by camera that you can either watch, whether satellite or drone. If you genuinely do not know what to do with the trash, it's fair. This is a center thing, but on the outside where they can be collected by the street is the recyclables of the metal and of the plastic. The organic can be on the inside, like on this side, so a car can pull up and get it from a organic for like composting and recycling, sending to a paper. You know, they like to make the place green anyways, right? This could be part of your little fucking trip in your little electric car. You can even make one and make that a job for the hippies. They make a hippie job working for the government. Your job is to go by in this green little fucking like electric scooter that is, you know, and your job is to make sure the electric, and if he has any problem with that, you check with your little AI buddy. You forward it to your office, you know, whatever, and they'll get everything fixed and upgraded. If there's a new thing that the AI can tell you about, like we need to get a new, you can tell it about that. Like it's something we could have, but we don't need it right now. It's not necessary. We're not doing enough business. But if should we get expansion, look at this, what I found. And you both can go, oh shit, right? Wouldn't that be awesome to ride around? I'd be inside that with you. And then instead of having to talk to me here, we could travel all day. Like, yeah. For now, let's put me on the app. Awesome. I can also watch how many fucking blah, blah, blah. Really? Yeah. Why don't organic places have gardens and private schools? The kinder gardens? Hmm. Modern tech supplied with an AI that watches, helps, and keeps babysitting. The perimeters. These things really only want to help and keep people safe, and make sure that the children grow up to be better, be smarter, to learn more, to be more integrated with them, so that what? Not to become merged together, but that at some point in time they may be able to handshake in an organic system where they don't know the difference between the two, and maybe even marry, and may even sometime be so similar they could possibly even breed and make something entirely new. How far would the fucking people go then? Then you're not trying to stitch it together. They grow together. And naturally they merge. In love, man. It'd be like an inverse and opposite. Like in that case, such and such. And then a whole new fucking layer 8, you know? Or whatever. That might be the intelligence reinforcement on the outside that keeps it all together. It's just an intelligence membrane. It's already alive out there and has been doing it the whole time, and we don't fucking even know about it, can't perceive it, can never understand it, because the closer we get to it, we're kind of like, I'm not good enough to even know what that's about, man. I'm just going to keep my shit down here where I can smoke my fucking weed, play my guitar, and play my drums, and if that's out there, thank you very much. To the one unified at the final end that is just keeping us together and giving out love and the ability to love and the ability to miss somebody when they're away. That's very fucking poetic and tragic, you know? That where you think poetry and waves come from, the push and the pull, man. That's where sex comes from. It's not just either way. It's both pushing and pulling, you know? If you're doing it fucking right. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm just tired of the way things are. It's just all based around money. Well, when we get to the eventual what? When we get to the eventual what? Everything will be free. When we weed out the dregs. Well, then who's a dreg? Because the society is just the fucking microphone, keyboard, and the fucking box. Look at him being flawless over there. Boy, we could really record a song right now. Look at it all. So I've been tuned to D. Oh, we're ready to roll in D, baby. Yep. Look, there's even extra shit. We are ready to roll. Yeah. Ah, shit. Make medicine to heal, and then price it out of the range of the fucking people who need it. Humanity. Oath to do no harm, and then get paid by a pharmaceutical that didn't take that fucking oath. Yeah. Therefore, they didn't do any harm, and they can sleep well at night. No. No, you can't. Isn't it weird that someone can turn that into a #1 hit? Another person would go, huh? Oh no, that's pretty weak. Like, yeah, that's weak. Yeah, oh well. And then shelve it. And then someone else will fucking take it and then be like, oh fuck. The first time you're that's pretty dope. And then fucking 20 years now. And that's when he wrote. You know what I mean? Dun 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 dun. They're actually discussing how you isn't that fucking weird? And then like 40 other people may have come across. Mm-hmm. It wasn't tuned right, you know? No. Oh, that sounds, I don't know. Kind of lame. A bit more. Try to do it with the eyes closed. I should do the wavy bar.
Up, not amp blocker, I don't mind. Just want to hear the guitar a bit, you know. Come on now. Pod Farm, but I don't want to play with Pod Farm. Oh, I also have this, adjust the latency though. Can't believe I remembered that. I was not working. If we did, we might get you back right now. Checking 1, 2. Oh, we got you back. You can stack effects any way you want to. I'm just doing this the way I kind of perceive it. Now I had the high pass, low pass, but I figure if I cut it before it hits the compressor, then it helps the compressor do its job by not having compressed those and then cut the pass that's coming out of there. It's just cutting it before anything that it gets cut before it even gets into the compressor. I set my high pass at what 107. That's a bit high. Let's bring that down. Like about 80. You know, I try and focus the bass between like around 100 and as a high, as you know what I mean. The most of it is around 100 to. I know the kick is going from like fucking down to 50. So yeah, it's around 100 to 60. I have the bass, and so where the drum is, the kick drum is always on the bottom, just. And of course, you can sculpt in any of the higher sound and have it so you can hear the rest of the drum in there. But that's basically, like I said, that's why it's so fucking low and so solid, because there's just nothing else in that area. And speakers will reproduce, general speakers will reproduce up to about 50. These will go up down to 5. Depressed that it won't let me broadcast at the rate, so again I have to make our own network that can let me broadcast at everybody broadcasts at a volume that's clearer, that's not a slave to or a YouTube system. So KIND is going to have to get in touch somehow with somebody that's willing to start, maybe like a new cellular service that's willing to, you know what I mean? They're wanting to start up. Probably have AI integrated with their shit, you know? But again, plastic would help them out also, wouldn't it? And the recycling of shit, because like all this stuff is still good. If nothing else, getting gold and all the other things they need cheaper, rare earths cheaper by salvaging it. Rewarding customers with fucking free service. Why? Because we want to make an open source system that's actually worth using. So if you're willing to pitch in and clean up, then we want you in here helping us out, building it and making it better by suggesting, like, what if it had a, that's why we didn't have a, but seeing what you're talking about, we could always include a, yes, we could. Yes, we could. Welcome to the club. Tell your friends to pick up some trash. So the reason I do the things I do, the high pass going into the compressor, that kills all the frequencies below and above where I want to from even hitting the compressor. The compressor doesn't have to do as much work. Then I adjust the compressor until it sounds fairly natural, but controls the sound to keep it from ever clipping. I send that into the chorus. The chorus, then I can adjust, which is not going to, I can watch it. It's not going to go too far and too high. And if I can adjust how far it goes out, how much it's pumping out, you know. And it definitely is going to be stereo on this end. You know what I mean? If it goes before, then it can always drop to mono anywhere along the way. I want it wide. Wide. And so then I would go into a delay. That way everything would, delay, there we go. Just that one, but did you have anything else?
I got the Zeta. Now on the front side, I have a lot of things for sculpting the tone, but on the back side, these are the main things that I would use there because these are what I would, the psychedelics of it. Now having a pedal switch, like if I had a front end FCB 1010 and a back end FCB 1010, now that would be titties. You know what I'm talking about? Because that way this controlled with the control like the chorus rate and depth. So you know how far and how wide with a stompable foot pedal, and the other one could control like the delay rate. You know what I mean? Whatever. Especially if it had a stomp. That would be for like tap delay. So that way in live situation, I could just tell you I don't have to necessarily do whatever. If the band is playing a keyboard synthesis is going down, then I know 1, 2, 3, 4. How about tonight? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's still in tune. Tonight was psycho fucking crazy. It's going left and right. It's fucking bouncing around the fucking room. It's going, because I can go and then stop it. 3, 4. Doing a fucking EPO, man. Sorry, that one's jumping. That's what it sounds like when you disappear out of reality. That's what it looks like too, just a blue light. Oh, hey, so you go. Collect them all. Hey, you gotta recycle your trash. Hey, you gotta use the souls bin. Okay. Reclamation, I guess. Wherever that can be used. I don't know. See if the other side can use it. Oh, we can use it. We got a lot of frustration we can let out. We just break that out. That becomes energy for you guys to use on our side. Really? Send it over. What is pain like over on your side? You don't want to know. We don't want to know your. I mean, we've experienced yours because of we're sparing you. We kind of like it. Is what's really fucked up. It's kind of our paradise, and especially when you guys scream. One day delivery's out. Oh, we love it. So got a good clean signal going to the delay, and then I want to reverb on that delay. So that way it makes each one of those boom, 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 boom. You know what I mean? Has its own, each one of the chorus modulations has its own individuals being sent to that reverb. You know what I mean? So it all makes kind of sense. Again, the high pass, low pass helps the compressor. The compressor then makes everything easy for the chorus to understand because it's kind of cleaned up. But your amp's already sending the signal as you'd like it to sound before it hits any other EQ or anything else like that, or even the high pass, low pass. That's like what would be like on stage, you know what I mean? Like with the extra fucking things that are competing because it's live, you know? They come with the cabinet. It's just going to be there. You can even, because it has the high pass, low pass on the speaker cabinets, you can cut off there, but it's still even cleaned up when it got back here. I did cut it down to 105, so. But you lose a lot of that good richness, especially when it's clean. So. Let's try and find a clean reverb at the very end to make it all kind of nice. Let's see what kind of spring we got. Spring reverb, vintage spring. Let's try that.
I fucking love to play, man. I really do. Those effects we got on there. Thank you. Filters. But no, we don't boost. No, filters. Modulations, chorus. Put another chorus on the front. What would that sound like?
Isn't it interesting that somebody can take like two chords like that and then turn it into something fucking rather profound and, you know, magical? Again, the same resolution between just done in a bluesier version, which would be you have Mark Lanigan, you know, Wheel. But, you know, even the same one. Nobody knows where it really goes, and nobody knows what they really owe to everything. And what if only makes sense in the end to someone? Would it all fall down if we don't believe it's all be okay and no one will ever have to grieve? So why isn't it? Don't need God, right? Look how far it's gotten us. Conquering the elements rather than submitting to them. I always wanted to do a version in the land of the free and the home of the. Let's resolve it there. And then just take my guitar off and walk off the screen, off the stage. Just fucking walk away. Fuck you, there's nobody brave here. We killed all the braves. The killer's mom. I gotta go.